called to order. Roll call.
Supervisor McGorty.
Here.
Supervisor Mulhern.
Here.
Supervisor Hashak.
Here.
Supervisor Jurdy.
Here.
And Chair Williams.
Here. Can I invite Supervisor Mulhern to lead us in the pledge? Public expression and public comment on closed session items 6A and 6B, starting in room.
Good morning. Mark Donegan, self-healing practitioner and educator, ordained minister, aka Goldilocks. Merry Christmas and Happy New Year. I really appreciate this year. I really appreciate every one of us all. I really appreciate the source that fires all our minds and brains. I appreciate that, especially today in myself. Sometimes it's not easy. It doesn't come all from myself at times. It comes from a support system. It comes from family and friends. And that's what this season is about. That's what this year has been about to me. I mean, we've had to rip some things open here, but what I asked for is cooperation among everybody. Nobody's standing behind their titles and getting a big head and digging in like Vladimir Putin. So yeah, I really appreciate that source, that connection to us all and everything that we've done this year and that you've done this year. There's things on the menu today that I'm not going to address specifically. I'm going to address my support system, and part of that's been Supervisor Mulhern. Didn't particularly like her when I first met her. She's turned out to be a very good friend of mine. Shared a lot of my heartaches and troubles, and just like everyone else, seems to listen to me when I talk. I really appreciate that. And then the other part of my support system I want to address as part of today's items was 4D, where you're appreciating county employees. I noticed somebody got left out. As a good friend of mine, somebody I met when I first came up here. They're family to me. Her name's Mariana Alvarez. She works in the clerk recorder's office. She's been here over 27 years, almost 28. I don't know how she got forgotten, but I'll never forget her. She held my friend together, George. He's my brother. He's my brother's. My father passed away. He's been there for me. That family's been there for me. I grew up with their kids, Joey and Jeremy. They both have families. I'm so proud of them. I'm so proud of my Mendocino County family right now. This has been my best year ever, just to come here and speak. So I appreciate this time and this 3 minutes. I hope more people would use it and use it for, if not appreciation, bring some ideas forward. I kind of get tired of hearing complaining. And I really appreciate that the marijuana thing is starting to move along in the General Government Committee. I stopped in yesterday and I appreciate how that moved. And I hope they appreciate it. Thank you.
Those online can click raise hand, telephone, press *9 to get
Good morning, everybody. Merry Christmas to all. And here we are again. I've been a caregiver for approximately 20 years. I have worked for IHSS for approximately 10 years. Most of my clients have been dementia Alzheimer's clients. You never know what to expect from dementia Alzheimer's clients because they can't communicate. And the stages that come overnight. I enjoy my work very much, and I would love to be getting better compensation for it. Thank you for, we are underpaid and we are emotionally emotionally and physically abused. A lot of fast food employees get more than I get per hour. And our dementia Alzheimer's clients are totally dependent on us. I had a lady a few years ago I took in my home. I had to do it right now. And I had full hours, and at that time I think it was 280-something hours. And I keep thinking that at my age I could be in their place and not working, which I don't want to even think about. Have a good day. Bye.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Valerio Baca, and we are here in front of you today to tell you some of the stories that we have gone through, and actually one very personal that I came across. In August of this year, my wife, my oldest son, and myself lost the insurance that we had through my old employer due to the need of taking care of my 8-year-old son. I had to leave my job, and since then we have not been able to afford insurance, medical insurance that we had. At that time we had medical, dental, vision, and life insurance as well. And because of the inflation going up and up every day, we have encountered a lot of difficulties making or keeping up with payments and stuff. So because of that, we cannot, we haven't been able to buy insurance again. Another issue that I see out there is that when we talk in public what kind of work we do, some people get somewhat interested, but when they get the details and find out the kind of money that the job has to offer, they just turn their backs and walk away. Someone in need might have lost the opportunity to get a good quality care because the prospect will feel that it's not, or they will not be able to make the, or pay for the car maintenance, the rent, the phone bill, you name it. I really believe, and we are asking you to really step up and make an increase in the salary that the caregivers are getting. Because although we do this for love, basically, but then again, it's really hard to see our loved ones not being able to get what they need because of the money we are getting for the work that we're doing. Please don't throw our petitions on an empty bag. Thank you very much.
Good morning, Cesar Alvarado with HSS Workers Union. I know you guys today are going to be looking at our proposal, so I bring more information. This is a study that was put together by the University of Berkeley, where it shows, it explains, the California home care crisis. And right on the front, it says raising wages is the key to the solution. So I have 6 copies, one for every one of you, and one for the Chief Executive Officer. So in here you will find, a lot of information from who the caregivers are, a lot of different numbers and who the consumers are, the future. It's a few years old, but the home care crisis, it's an ongoing thing. Every day, every day, 10,000 people turn 60 in United States. So, what we are trying to do here with our proposal is to fix in a way that for Mendocino County. So we're asking to make this a job that people want to do. I think, we all know that $16 an hour is not enough. So our proposal is a one step to fix that. I think everybody, a lot of our members that spoke before mentioned it. But I just want to end with some words from Rosalind Carter, that there are only 4 kinds of people in this world: those who have been caregivers, those who are currently caregivers, those who will be caregivers, and those who will need a caregiver. Thank you.
Is there any additional public comment in room?
Seeing none, Chair Williams.
Yeah, and no voicemails.
That's correct.
Okay, that concludes public expression and public comment on items 6A and 6B. We're on to item 3, consent calendar. Has proper notice been established?
Proper notice has been established.
Would supervisors like to pull any items for separate consideration? Supervisor Haschak?
Yes, I'd like to pull items 3K and 3R.
And Supervisor Mulhern?
I don't need to pull it, Chair, but I did have a comment on 3M.
Go ahead.
All right, I just want to make sure I'm on the right item. Nope, that's not right. Can we go to Supervisor Haschak first?
Sure. Supervisor Haschak, would you like public comment before we discuss?
Well, no, I have a question for County Council, but County Council's not here at the moment, so.
Okay.
Oh,
Is that on both 3K and 3R?
it's for 3K, which is the equity grant application for $5 million. I just want clarification because we had this question about whether we were following federal guidelines, if we were doing something illegally according to the feds, and that this could implicate, employees and everything. So if we go for this grant, then are we setting ourselves up for continuing problems? And how can we go for it without having the opinion of whether it's legal or not?
County Council?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't know that this stage necessarily is going to be something that's going to present a problem. Really, it's the proceeding with the program and the disbursement that I think would be sort of the last moment that you'd be able to pull out. I think I'd framed the issue before as that there were some legal concerns regarding certain aspects of the grant program. I don't know enough about this particular one. If it's specific to CEQA, it might not raise the particular concerns that I had raised, which is that if there's no other public policy purpose other than to advance the cultivation activities or the cannabis activities, then it's possible that might actually trigger some of the prohibitions or some of the intent standards under federal law, where you generally have the ability to go ahead and operate a cannabis program to regulate and to be otherwise advancing legitimate government interests where you're not forming the intent to further the cannabis enterprise.
Well, my understanding when I read through the grant application is that, it's to, help clients with opportunities to market and network and, develop business acumen, financial, to, help to enter the new market. And so those are the concerns we have, right? And so if we don't get this opinion back from the Attorney General for 9 months or so, then, are we going to hit some deadlines with the application and disbursement?
Potentially, and the board does have the option. I didn't understand that to be the direction the board wanted to go, but the board does have the option of getting private counsel. I've located a firm with significant expertise in this area, and I do think that if the board were able to, spend $25,000, we could get an opinion much more quickly. But ultimately, that's for the board to decide.
Supervisor McGordy, do you have a follow-up question?
I do. So, Counselor, have you discussed this with the district attorney who also has considerable knowledge of cannabis law?
I haven't. This would be specific to federal law, so I think the more relevant authority would probably be the U.S. attorney.
I'm just thinking about our own local resources before we go out and hire somebody. If we should look internally to our own legal community for opinions if they're relevant.
Supervisor Mulhern.
I was going to go back to the item I had a comment on from the consent calendar, but I think Supervisor Hashak has an additional question or comment on an item.
Yeah, Supervisor Hashak.
Well, I don't think that the board has $25,000 right now, and I'm just concerned that we're setting ourselves up for what, applying for this grant, which I totally support. But the previous comments were, if we're setting ourselves up to break the law, then that's not a good situation to be in. So I don't know how the board wants to proceed.
Supervisor Jurdy.
I'd like to follow up on the question raised by Supervisor McGordy. Sorry, I'd like us to follow up to the question by Supervisor McGordy about seeing if we could, at no cost to the county, get a legal opinion from the U.S. Attorney's Office.
I could certainly outreach. I don't know that they typically do that. I will say that the firm that I had identified has they were willing to do it what for us or what for their rates would be a significant discount. They do have a former federal judge who would be providing part of the opinion, as well as a former public defender for the federal courts, and I think it was former deputy U.S. attorney. I can certainly ask if the U.S. attorney would be willing to opine on it. On the other hand, I think I have to let you know that you would also potentially be calling attention to the prosecuting authority that you might already have some conduct that might violate federal law.
So I'm just going to throw out my opinion. I don't think the Board of Supervisors should be directing staff to violate federal law in any instance. And I understand this is the state's program, and what the applicants do is for the state to work out. But I think directing our own staff to violate federal law is setting us up for much more liability than a $25,000 opinion, potentially. Supervisor Mulhern.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a question for County Council. Does this just need to come as an agenda item for the board to vote on? I feel like we need to have it be asked and answered so we can move forward. It was also discussed yesterday at the General Government Committee, and I think it's pretty clear that there are 5 of us and we may not all have the same opinion about this, so I'd like to have a vote and just be able to move forward.
Yes, Madam Chair. I'm happy to go ahead and bring that forward in January. My apologies, and sorry for I didn't mute my microphone when I sneezed when you were talking. My apologies.
No worries.
Okay, Supervisor Haschek, your other item?
Well, I guess I need clarification on what's happening with 3K. So it's going to be brought forward in January? Is that where we left it, or?
If I may respond through the chair, I will bring forward an item in January to allow the board to make a determination as to whether you want to expend the monies. You may have to give a little bit of thought during your budget discussions today as to whether or not you set 25K aside for that purpose, because I do know you're going to have to make some funding decisions at this moment. But I can give you an opportunity for an up or down vote on the contract in January, and I would defer to the cannabis department as to what that means for this particular application. I don't know if there's a deadline that they need to meet here. Although I don't know that applying would in and of itself be the act that would give me concern.
So is there a deadline for the application? And that would be to the director of the cannabis department.
Director Nevital.
Hello, good morning, members of the board, CEO Antle, Kristen Nevital, Director of the Mendocino County Cannabis Department. There is a deadline for this application, which is tomorrow at 11:59 p.m., so December 14th. If we do not file the grant application, the program will cease to exist. We'll have expended round 3 funding in a matter of a couple of months here. So I think that is what is hinging on moving the grant application forward today. Additionally, I don't believe the act of applying for a grant poses risk. I mean, I really, it's county council's determination, but applying for the funding, I think, does not pose the risk. It's how the funding may be allocated to grant applicants. That was the concern of county council. So I would urge the board, if we could please proceed, that would be helpful in keeping this grant program afloat.
Supervisor McCourty.
I kind of agree with Director Nevital. Let's go ahead and apply for the grant. We still have time to decide if we're going to expend the funds based on the legal opinions that we get. And this way we've covered our bases either way, because it would be a shame to leave money on the table if we could legally spend it after all.
Supervisor Haschek.
Yeah, I agree with that. I just, wonder about moving forward with this and how we're going to get an opinion about whether we're, breaking federal law or not. So.
If I may, through the chair, applying for the grant currently will give us a few months before the grant agreement comes into the county and the check arrives for us to start spending on those funds. So just because we're applying tomorrow doesn't mean that we will be moving forward with spending on these funds immediately. I don't expect the grant agreement or the check to arrive until probably May, which would be consistent with what we've seen in previous rounds of funding, that there's a couple-month lag time between application, award, and then the grant agreement and the check arriving. So we would have some time in the new year to further our legal investigation, so to speak.
Supervisor Haschek, are you comfortable leaving this item on the consent calendar?
Right, yes.
Okay, 3R.
3R is the EKI contract for $223,000. And I think that at this point, that we have had lengthy discussions with about the standing up the water agency. But I think that with our budget discussions this afternoon, I would like to hold off this discussion and vote until we can put it in context with our overall budget.
Supervisor Churdy.
Yeah, so I'm hoping we can approve this contract today, and I have had a chance since publication of the agenda to discuss a couple of budget suggestions with the fiscal team, and I'm optimistic that when we get to that item later today, we can resolve the budget issues with some additional ideas that are not in the published agenda. and still move ahead with this contract. But I would support postponing this action and maybe taking it concurrently or right immediately after we deal with the greater budget issues today.
Okay, so I'm hearing we show majority support for polling and tabling 3R for later today. On the directive for the county council, just for the record, I think the directive was for county council to come back as soon as possible with options for the board to obtain a legal opinion regarding the use of the cannabis equity funds in relation to federal law. Is that correct? Supervisor McGordy?
I just wanted to make an opinion on 3R that since we've already identified funding from one-time source money from PG&E, I don't see any reason for us to delay on moving forward with that contract. If you want to wait till after we've had a financial discussion today, I would be all right with that, but I don't want to delay this contract any longer because you might also notice one of our other agenda items of the consent calendar is declaring a drought emergency, which is still very much going on, so I would hate for us to just give up.
But you're comfortable holding off until later today?
Yes.
Okay, I think there's a majority for that. Does anyone disagree with the directive? I need to make sure the clerk has it recorded. Okay, not hearing any disagreement. Clerk, was that clear enough for you?
Yes, it was.
Okay. Before we can take any action, we need public comment. Supervisor Mulhern.
Thank you. I think somebody keeps lowering my hand. My comment on 3E is that it's disappointing that we were unable to have a cannabis crop report. I do believe that cannabis is an incredibly important agricultural industry to our community, so I appreciate the letter that we received, letting us know that we are going to continue to work on that with the department, but I really, I guess I'm trying to appeal to the industry advocates and those that are in the industry. Without accurate financial data and information, we can't really tell the story to the public. And I understand that there's a lot going on and that, frankly, things are not going well with the industry, but it's very hard for us to relay that to the public without that data and that information. So I think it's incredibly important that we continue to work on that.
Thank you, Supervisor Mulhern. I did have a conversation with our ag department last week over this. I too was surprised, but when I heard that only 2 of the surveys had been returned and there's no other data source available, I came to accept that without a change to require self-reporting, there's not a lot our ag department can do to represent accurate numbers. So I hope this does come back to the board. I would love for general government to take it up as part of the cannabis rework. Public comment, let's start online. First, we have Michael Katz.
Yes, thank you, supervisors. Good morning. This is Michael Katz, Executive Director of the Mendocino Cannabis Alliance. I would like to clarify that the Mendocino Cannabis Alliance did provide about 24 responses to the county survey for the crop report data that we anonymized with the county. So it's confusing why that information was not provided to the county relationship to the cannabis crop report. The recommendations made within will not accurately represent the information that is being discussed. So we do recommend working with stakeholders to create an environment in which this information is more easily and readily available. My other comment is related to the embarrassing conversation that happened earlier related to the federal legality of our equity program. A local expert cannabis attorney and advocate and labor attorney has already provided you plenty of federal law references as to why our program does not violate federal law. And considering how you have dozens of employees coming in here every week telling you how they can't afford to pay their bills, I think spending $25,000 on an attorney to tell you something that is already known is an incredible waste of money and just shows further to this county where your priorities really are. It is completely unreasonable to assume that our equity program, which is designed to support those who have been harmed by the war on drugs, would somehow be federally illegal, but that the money that the county receives from the operators for their fees and taxes and permits would not also be illegal. The whole purpose of the state program that exists in California and the federal requirement that there needs to be a robust state program in place in order for federal government not to interfere, that is what we have here. It's embarrassing that county council has not been able to determine this on his own by this point. It's confusing how when RFPs for the county take 6 to 9 months, there's already a firm that's ready to be hired to provide this response. So, this entire conversation just really points to how some of the board members feel about the cannabis industry and how they would like to see this community devastated and destroyed, which we'll be speaking about a little bit later, related to items that have been presented in the directives item. So I just really hope that the board reconsiders this approach, because Mendocino County is already viewed as a problem child in this state, and this type of activity and behavior is only going to continue to enhance that reputation. So please do something to benefit our local community before it's too late. Thank you.
Paul Hansberry.
Yes, with regards to the reporting, I know I filled out a report and submitted it through MCA. But it seems to me that if the Ag Department wants us to report like Ag, I think there are other counties that have already declared that cannabis is an agricultural crop, whether the state has or not. So if you want us to report like Ag, why don't you declare us as an agricultural crop? Just makes sense to me. Thank you very much.
Okay, that concludes online comments. In-room comments?
Good morning. Chris Watt, and I'm a senior staff to the Regional Water Quality Control Board. Wanted to offer a comment on item 3Q, the MoU between the county and the Cato tribe in Laytonville. Just want to offer our office's support to the county in establishing this formal relationship with the Cato tribe with respect to the work needed on the landfill and the future post-closure maintenance of the landfill. Really appreciate Supervisor Haschek coming out and meeting with folks out there. And I think going forward, it's going to be good to have this relationship. It'll benefit the community in Laytonville and the tribe and the county. So thank you. Appreciate it.
I did want to respond to an earlier comment about MCA anonymizing and submitting a couple dozen survey responses. I believe the survey responses needed to be direct, not through a trade association. But more than that, a couple dozen responses in a program that has close to 1,000 participants. It's not a reasonable. It's not even a reasonable sample size. But we're trying to measure the aggregate of the crop. We really need close to 100% participation, and we got nothing close to that. And so I think Supervisor Mulhern is right. The county could make it a requirement in some way. I would rather the industry voluntarily report so that their industry is better represented at the table. And I hope general government can take it up. Certainly we can't take it up today, but it's identified as a problem that we have. We think maybe 2 MCAs telling us about a dozen. We need reports from every participant. That concludes public comment. It's back to the board for a motion.
I'll move approval of the consent calendar.
Super.
Except for item 3R.
Correct.
And I'll second.
Roll call.
This is Atlas Pearson, Senior Deputy Clerk of the Board. I'd like to clarify, is that 3K as well? There was a mention of that being pushed to later this afternoon as well.
No, 3K is in the consent calendar.
Supervisor McGorty?
Yes.
Supervisor Mulhern?
Yes.
Supervisor Jurdy?
Yes.
Supervisor Hashek?
Yes.
Chair Williams?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Item 4A, CEO's report.
Morning, Chair Williams, members of the board. For the December 13th meeting, on November 18th, the Mendocino County Office of Emergency Services was invited to talk at a Spanish language show hosted on KVUH FM 88.5 in Mendocino County. Acting Emergency Services Coordinator Garrett James joined with Office Service Supervisor Miriam Ramirez and Principal Analyst Schwinn Malela from Disaster Recovery. I want to thank them for taking part in the interview and helping spread preparedness and recovery information to the Latinx community. Also, December is National Impaired Driving Prevention Month. The goal of this annual observation is to raise awareness about the dangers of driving while impaired. Driving while impaired by any substance, be legal or illegal, is dangerous. There's some events happening throughout this month. The Agriculture Department staff has been closing out programs and compiling year-end reports. The annual financial state was submitted on October 31st, and it was confirmed that the department met the requirements to receive a distribution of unclaimed gas tax next year. The department is pleased to announce that it has signed an MoU with the Sonoma County for a licensed agriculture commission sealer of weights and measures. This contract began October 18th and will run through April 18th. The code enforcement reports and slides are attachment 2. Cultural Service Agency in attachment 3 have many activities coming up this month and into the new year. So please look there for the wonderful services by the library and museum. General Service Agency, attachment 4, lots happening, projects and updates for parks, facilities, and fleet. Social Services in attachment 6 discusses some of the great work that they're doing and the ongoing recruitment efforts that they are reaching out, many organizations, many events throughout the county to potentially reach candidates. And the board directives, we will be discussing those later in this meeting, but they have been updated and reviewed. And then obviously your animal care services information there, the great services by those folks. And I would like to announce that I'm working with IT and my office to work on a new CEO report, which will be available in early 2023. This new version will be focusing on aligning with the department's reporting in on the county's 22 to 27 strategic plan. So more to come there. I hope it's more interactive and more links available for online access, more modern view. So we'll be working on that. Are there any questions?
Not seeing any questions. Is there any public comment? Not seeing any public comment. That concludes the CEO report. County Council, I have a favor to ask. This is embarrassing. I did want to pull an item earlier from the consent calendar. Can I ask my colleagues to entertain a reconsideration of an item?
You can. I would say I don't think that's a favor. The chair does rule on the matters of procedure, and the board has the ability to suspend rules as well. So.
Would the board support me on reconsidering item 3N? N as in Nancy.
Yes.
Thank you, Supervisor Haschek.
Yes.
Supervisor McGorty.
Yes, Supervisor Jordy.
Supervisor Jordy.
I'm sorry, just to be clear, we're going to have a discussion about this item and pull it from the
Yeah,
removal?
Exactly.
Okay, yes.
Okay, so 3N is reconsidered. So do we have Director Krog with us? Or clerk, would you invite Director Krog?
She's being brought into the meeting, Mr. Chair.
So while we're waiting for Director Krog, this project came to my attention when a permit was obtained, but the work being completed went well beyond the language of the permit. And it looks like a structure was demolished and then rebuilt, and the rebuilt did not match the original footprint. There's some code enforcement history here. I believe our previous planning director approved an emergency CDP. And Director Krog over the weekend explained to me one of the options the board has is to send this to a full public hearing. And given input from the neighbors, I think that may be appropriate. Director Krog.
Thank you, Chair Williams. It is really at the discretion of the board. Any one board member is able to pull an administrative coastal development permit and require that it go to a public hearing with the coastal permit administrator. Staff really has no opinion. This is really at the discretion of the board.
Supervisor Jordy.
I guess question to Director Krog. So if this was sent to the coastal administrator, is that what Supervisor Williams is proposing? What are the options for that hearing administrator to do? Is it to put conditions on the project? Is it to deny the project? I'm just trying to understand what's the range of options if that were to happen.
Well, the coastal permit administrator would conduct a public hearing on the project and would essentially determine whether or not they follow staff's recommendation to approve the project with the conditions as written in the staff report, whether or not they modify the project, or of course there is the option for denial as well. But I will say that based upon staff's review, the project does appear to be compliant with the required findings in order to be able to support an approval. So staff's recommendation for this project is an approval. That would not change between now and a coastal permit administrator hearing.
Supervisor Haschek.
Well, according to the staff memo, is one supervisor can pull it and it will go back to the Department of Planning and Building Services. So if that's what the chair wants to do, then I recommend that you do it.
All right. And Director Krog, can you very briefly give us the fact pattern on how this came to be?
Sure. So the project was originally, there was a remodel permit that was done for the residents. And it was based upon a complaint made to our office. Staff investigated and determined that there had been an exceeding of the scope of work that had been authorized under that permit. Then an emergency permit was applied for, which was granted and had the recommendation and support of the Albion Little River Fire Protection District as part of that emergency permit. And this is the required follow-up administrative coastal development permit to that emergency permit, which is a standard requirement of the code. So that's really the fact pattern that led us to this point. But as is detailed in the staff report, I just want to be clear that, again, there's from staff's review and analysis, the project is compliant with the coastal zoning regulations. That's why we've recommended approval. And the coastal permit administrator has administratively signed that staff report, also supporting that recommendation of approval. The item today in front of the board is to authorize the issuance of the permit, which is a requirement under county code. If it's sent to the coastal permit administrator, then there would be a public hearing conducted on the project, but that is unlikely to change staff's recommendation. I cannot speak to how the coastal permit administrator may act on the project, but it would not change staff's recommendation.
So it's in my district, and I note it every time I drive north on Highway 1, and a lot of neighbors have brought it to my attention. I think generally I wouldn't ask for it to go to the public hearing, but given that it started out as a code violation and the neighbors had to complain about a footprint changing unauthorized by any approved CDP, I think it's appropriate to have a public hearing and give the neighbors the opportunity to voice their concerns. Director Krog, is that sufficient to initiate the process?
Yes, I believe as long as the clerk captures that this item has essentially been pulled from the calendar and that you're taking the alternate action that's in the agenda summary, which is essentially to require that this go to a public hearing.
County Council, are you content on process?
Yes, Mr. Chair, that's consistent with the code.
Okay, then moving on, we're on item 4B, discussion and possible action, including adoption of a resolution and approval of memorandum of understanding between the County of Mendocino and the Service Employees International Union Local 1021 for the term of July 1st, 2022 through June 30th, 2023, and side letter of agreement between County of Mendocino and Service Employees International Union Local 1021. Sponsored by the Executive Office and Human Resources.
Good morning, Chair, members of the board, CEO Antle, Sherry Johnson, Deputy CEO. So yes, we have reached an agreement with SEIU Local 10-1. The MOU includes a 2% cost of living increase effective 1/1/2023, increase in bilingual premium, an increase in safety and shoe reimbursement, increase of minimum wage to no less than $17.42 an hour, increase in salaries for employment and training worker and supervisor due to compaction, increase to revenue producing classifications in the assessor's office, and no health plan premium increase for employees through June 30, 2023. Thank you.
Any public comment?
We have one in the room.
Chair Williams, members of the board, CEO Antle, Patrick Hickey, field representative with SEIU Local 10-1. I'm here to let you know that our membership and our executive board and our negotiating team appreciate the county's recent movement to help us reach an agreement for a one-year contract. Our membership ratified this tentative agreement last week by over 90%. We're viewing this as a one-year pause. It's become evident that there's a lot of work to be done for the county and the board to get a clear handle on its finances and its budgeting process. We appreciate the steps that the county has proposed to support county staff, but I think we can all agree that it doesn't come close to covering the economic burden that employees face in the current high inflationary environment. We ask that this coming year, the board put county employees front and center as it puts together its next budget. Let's staff up so we can pursue all of the revenue generating ideas that have been discussed. We want to work with the county and be able to share what a wonderful place the county is to work. We will make more progress if we pull together in the same direction. This obviously includes fair compensation, but there is also work to be done to make the county a supportive and enjoyable place to work. We look forward to working with you over the coming year to identify ways to make this a reality. Thank you.
Good morning, members of the board. Chair, you're not here, sorry.
Through me, Chair Williams, CEO Antle, and County Council Curtis. My name is Becky Emmer. I'm the Social Services Director, and I wanted to thank the board. I know that this has been a long discussion and working through the processes of recognizing the staff, and in that you have approved a differential for our social workers and social worker assistants in family and children's services. The work that they're doing is extremely complex and difficult, and calls for extremely long hours. They have high caseloads, and we have experienced significant turnover. As CEO Antle expressed earlier in her report, we are working on very creative ways to help fill many of our vacancies in family and children's services, and this differential will certainly support that effort. And I thank you for your support of our staff and that division. Thank you.
Supervisor Mulhern.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to move the recommended action with a comment.
Go ahead.
I had the opportunity to visit the Social Services Department and speak directly with our employees, and I was very unexpectedly surprised to hear how enjoyable they find working at the department, how many of them have been there for a very long time, how they are given leadership opportunities, the supportive team environment that they have, and just the general longevity. To hear people speak at the podium over the last 6 months, that was not the message that I received. But in actually speaking to the employees, I guess maybe more on their turf, they did share with me that they encourage friends or family to apply. It sounds like the department is doing incredible work trying to get people through the application process so that make it more streamlined for them. So I do hope that as we move forward, we really are able to work collaboratively with SEIU 1021. I don't know how much funding has been spent on targeted social media ads and print marketing, but I hope that the same efforts go into hiring and filling the positions that we so desperately need, and especially in the social services departments, where they are serving our most vulnerable community members. So I am glad to move this forward at this point, and do hope to continue to work on our wages for county employees. But I also really want to work collaboratively with the board members from the union and the members of the union so that we can support our existing county employees and encourage more employees to come. And I think a lot of that really needs to come from the messaging from the union members.
Is there a second?
Second.
Roll call.
Supervisor Hashak?
Yes.
Supervisor Jurdy?
Yes, but I'd also like to make comment after we vote.
Chair Williams?
Yes.
Supervisor McGorty?
Yes.
And Supervisor Mulhern?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
So my comment is, it's interesting how much discussion there's been over the COLA, which does affect all county employees, and I'm glad we're able to approve a COLA for all county employees. It's interesting that there's been very little discussion about the additional 6 months of postponement of county employees who enroll in the county healthcare plan before they will once again be paying 25% of the cost of the healthcare plan. And as I understand the healthcare plan, I hope county employees will watch our budget discussion later today when we get to the budget and discuss things such as the healthcare plan. But for every $3 we're spending on the 2% COLA, we're spending $2 on subsidizing the healthcare plan for the 1,000 employees who are enrolled in the healthcare plan. So keep in mind, all 1,200 employees are getting the 2% COLA. 1,000 county employees, and in some cases their family members, are getting the healthcare plan. And although I'm not claiming to be an expert on the county's healthcare plan, my basic understanding is of the 1,000 employees who are in the healthcare plan, something less than 100 of them routinely use the healthcare plan, not just 1 year, not just 2 years, but routinely use the healthcare plan in far in excess of what they contribute to the plan. And so we have something less than 100 employees who are creating costs for the county that's making it impossible for the county to afford COLAs. So I think that's something that employees need to be thinking about is can we restructure our healthcare plan in a way that does help people when they, if for chance they had cancer in the family or something, once in a lifetime event, there's coverage for them. But we don't have kind of the high flyers who are using the plan year after year in a way that's preventing the county to afford COLAs for all 1,200 employees. So I think it's something we need to grapple with as a county is to look at containing the healthcare costs in some way, structuring the healthcare plan so that it's equitable for all 1,200 employees and not just catering towards less than 100 county employees.
And I want to express my appreciation for all those who were at the negotiations table. I don't want to go through another negotiation without the financial reporting being cleaned up. And so it's great that we have a pause, but I think it's also imperative that we support CEO Antle and staff on cleaning up the financial mess so that we have an easier time. The COLA is not nearly enough for our employees, and yet it's also going to be very difficult to afford. It's not a path forward. We've got to make some serious changes so that we can do better. Item 4C, discussion and possible action, including adoption of a resolution and approval of the memorandum of understanding between the County of Mendocino and the County of Mendocino Management Association for the term of October 1st, 2022 through September 30th, 2023, and side letter of agreement between the County of Mendocino and Mendocino County Management Association, sponsors Executive Office and Human Resources.
Yeah, good morning, Sherry Johnson, Deputy CEO. So yes, we have the county negotiating team on behalf of the Board of Supervisors has reached an agreement with the Mendocino County Management Association. The MOU includes a 2% cost of living increase. Sorry, I don't know why it's doing. Is that better? Okay, I apologize. So the MOU includes a 2% cost of living increase effective 1/1/2023, increase in longevity, change in reimbursement of management training funds to quarterly payments, an increase of 40 hours in flexible time off, which is sunsetting at the term of the contract, and no health plan premium increase through June 30th, 2023. Thank you.
Public comment.
Good morning, Chair Williams, members of the board, CEO Antle, and County Council Curtis. I'm Gina Connor, the Management Association Chair. The Management Association wishes to thank the board for your willingness to negotiate and some give and take with our bargaining group to reach a mutually agreeable one-year contract. We also wish to thank SEIU for their efforts to benefit the full workforce. We look forward to continuing to work with you next year as our bargaining unit will be going into negotiations for another contract. Thank you.
Move the recommended action.
Is there a second?
Second.
Roll call.
Supervisor McGordy?
Yes.
Supervisor Mulhern?
Yes.
Chair Williams?
Yes.
Supervisor Jurdy?
Yes.
And Supervisor Hashak?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Item 4D, discussion and possible action, including recognition of employee service awards for eligible employees with 15 to 40 years of service. Sponsor is the Human Resources.
Good morning, Sherry Johnson, Deputy CEO. So this is always a nice presentation for our staff. So we have the service awards for eligible employees with 15 to 25 years of service. The county employees today we're honoring for their many years of service. They represent departments with animal care, behavioral health and recovery services, the district attorney, Department of Transportation, executive office, jail, library, probation, sheriff's office, and social services. I do know that there are departments that are here and may want to make comments on behalf of their eligible staff, but please do so at public comment. And if Supervisor McGordy could come down to the front with Human Resources, and we will present the certificates.
Mr. Chair, if I may, before I come down, I just want to congratulate everybody, and as the one supervisor on the board that spent 33 years working in the county as kind of an adjunct member of our community, thank you very much. This is really what we're all about, is trying to form a team that can address the county's needs and provide services. And I so appreciate that you show up day after day. It's not easy, I know, sometimes, so thank you very much for your service.
Okay, so with 15 years of service, Brian Arrington. All right, thank you. Amy Campbell. Lindsay Koch. Heather Carell Rose. Take a picture there, Heather. Yeah. Amber Fassett. David Frick. Colleen Gorman. Sandra Griffin. Oh, there, is Sandra here? Oh, good. Melinda Harney. Franciela Ruano. Emma Saucedo. And Emma, if I can just say you're my rock. Thanks for everything. Megan Van Sant Glass. Deanne Vaugh. Judy Zeller. And 20 years, Marshall Fig Hoblin. Azalea Granano. Jonathan Martin. Bridget Summers. Billy Williamson. Zohar Zaid. All right, so 25 years. Michaela Barlow. Diane Delgado. Michael Grant. Sarah Hardman. Eldon Johnston. Maria Manzo. Michael Oliphant. Maria Ruiz. And Patricia Torres. Thank you. If we could get a round of applause for all these wonderful people. Thank you all for your years of service, and we will make sure we get the certificates to those that were not able to attend. And I will turn it over to the chair for public comment.
Supervisor Haschek.
Yeah, I'd just like to thank everyone for your years of service. Certainly continuity and knowing your job, and having this as your career says a lot about you and the county. And so really, I appreciate all of your service. Thank you.
Public comment.
Chair Williams, if I may, CEO
Yes.
Antle, I would too like to recognize everyone for their years of service, appreciate the public service that you put in and the decades that you showed up here to work every day for this community. Really appreciate your efforts. I would like to recognize Heather Carell Rose, who reports to the CEO. Heather's been here for 15 years in various departments throughout the county until she found her niche, which is really risk. Basically, for Heather, it's a one-person show. She does a wonderful job and is well recognized in the state for the work that she has done through her agency. So thank you, Heather, for your years of service.
Public comment.
Good morning, CEO Williams, members of the board, Chair Antle, CEO Antle. Good grief, I can't get it today. And County Council Curtis, I apologize everybody for my mix-ups here. Becky Emery, Social Services Director. I wanted to thank the board and certainly thank the dedicated members of staff that we have. Unfortunately, all of our staff are in the field today. 140 years within social services of dedicated service to our community. We have staff at 15 years that are doing our resource and family approvals and making sure that people and children have great places to go and stay while they're working with their families for reunification. That we are finding caregivers that are able to open their homes and provide those loving environments for our children. That we are working with families that are experiencing homelessness and on the streets at this time and trying to find housing for them and overcoming those barriers. We continue to provide outreach services and supports and work to find providers for our in-home supportive services and caregivers that are going to step up and meet the needs of those individuals so that they can remain in their homes. And for 15 years with Lindsay Koch, Sandra Griffin, Melinda Harney, Chella Moreno, Megan Van Zandt, and Deanne Vaught, I greatly appreciate those services. I know you do, and I think that they've done a fantastic job. At 25 years, we have Michaela Barlow and Diane Delgado. Michaela came to us from probation, so I can certainly say that she has done a phenomenal job in working with multiple departments throughout the county. She has worked at the disaster response, both in the 2017 disasters and even now. She continues to help find great placements for our youth that meet the needs of those children and that fit their needs at that time, finding nurturing and caring environments for every single one of our children. Diane has been with the county as well in social services her entire 25 years and eligibility services, working really difficult cases as an employment and training assistance division. She has provided training supports both when we rolled out the Affordable Care Act and oversaw a Medi-Cal unit doing those services and supports and making sure that our community had coverage on the front end. She also works with our training groups. She provides policies and procedures to our community or our staff so that they can administer the community benefits and continues to make sure that our staff get their questions answered and that fair hearings are happening timely and accurately. I greatly appreciate again the 140 years of service of our social services staff and thank you for recognizing them.
Chair Williams.
Julia Krog.
Oh, is Julia on Zoom? Okay.
Thank you, Supervisors. Julia Krog, Planning and Building Services Director. I think we all know that staff are the county's greatest resource, and it is so important that we honor these dedicated employees for their years of hard work and service to this community. Today, Mike Oliphant, our Chief Building Official, is being recognized for 25 years of service to the county. I just want to comment on how fortunate we are to have Mike Oliphant as a county employee. He is a dedicated and hardworking employee, and truly a public servant. He is a leader for our department, going above and beyond to ensure we maintain a high level of customer service, and is a model county employee. So with that, I just want to wish a big heartfelt congratulations to Mike on 25 years of service to this county. Thank you.
Deputy CEO Johnson, did you have a comment?
Oh, yes. Thank you, Chair Williams. I did want to speak on public comment on and thanking Emma Saucedo for her 15 years of service. Emma is in the executive office with the health plan, so Emma is the #1 person there that runs that plan. I couldn't do it without her. Thank you, Emma.
Quite often we talk about the difficulties of retention, that we're a training ground, people coming and going, and then we get to the service awards, and it always stuns me when we have, starting at 5 years, but you get up to 25, 30, 40 years. Just incredible. I look at where I've been over that period of time, especially the 40 years, and there's no question these people are true public servants. When I got here, former CEO Angela told me the best thing about the county is the staff, that we have a great staff, and it's true.
So Chair Williams, if I may, we do have a reception in conference room A.
Yeah, we're going to take a 15-minute break and reception in conference room A. Action including acceptance of presentation by Citivest and Mendocino County Tourism Commission regarding proposed business improvement district ordinance revisions and modernization plans for the Mendocino County Code Section 5.140, sponsored by Planning and Building.
Good morning, Supervisors. Adrian Thompson, Planning and Building Services. I'd like to introduce Travis Scott, the Executive Director for Visit Mendocino, and with him is Emily Brown from Civitas, and they'll be providing the presentation today. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair Williams, CEO Antle, Supervisors. Thank you for your time today. I am Travis Scott, the Executive Director of Visit Mendocino County, and we are here today to discuss the bid ordinance and some potential modifications that we are looking into and researching. As you may remember, on May 3rd of 2022, the board had a discussion regarding the amount of funding to MCTC in the incorporated areas of Mendocino County. On that date, an ad hoc committee was formed with Supervisors Jurdy and McGorty to discuss options and directions for the next fiscal year 23-24. To be clear, Mendocino County Tourism Commission receives the 1% bid assessment and a match of 50 cents on the dollar from the county's general fund. Following that date, Mendocino County Tourism Commission began researching directions to secure funding for the continued promotion of tourism to Mendocino County at the current budgeted level, while also relieving the county of Mendocino of some of the financial burden of promoting tourism and marketing. The organization also engaged with Travel Analytics Group at that time to complete an ROI study that is scheduled to be delivered to us this week. We look forward to sharing that report with the board as well. So we engaged with Civitas Advisors. Emily Brown, the project manager, is with us today to help guide us through the process of bolstering the impact of tourism in Mendocino County through potential bid expansion. MCTC proposes at this time an increase in lodging bid assessment from 1% to 2% and the inclusion of campgrounds, which would allow the organization to keep its current funding level. MCTC would also like to evaluate the option of including other tourism-facing businesses in the business improvement district at 1% assessment. These other tourism-facing businesses might include attractions, brewery on-site sales, restaurants, and wine tasting room sales. The exploration of this requires the approval of the auditor, controller, treasurer, tax collector, and the board of supervisors. That's where you come in. And Emily will discuss that further in the presentation. I just wanted to note here that all assessment funds are paid by consumers or visitors through the assessed businesses to the county. Let's see. Under the guidance of Civitas, Mendocino County Tourism Commission would like to move from the 1989 bid law to the 1994 bid law, which would alleviate MCTC and county staff from the annual bid renewal process, moving us to a 5-year renewal process. However, annual reporting is mandatory by law. With increased marketing and naturally more tourism, the county benefits as a whole. The extra sales tax dollars help service our parks, roads, and other issues that currently Mendocino County has no budget for. These are benefits to community members as well. Looking at other tourism destinations, the community has access to all the benefits that tourism provides: trails, parks, trash pickup, and a bevy of services and restaurants and retail. Not to mention the events that draw on tourism to support them. Over the last couple of years, we've seen drastic increases in TOT and bid. The Treasurer Tax Collector's most recent TOT and bid report notes an increase of TOT at 16.33% and an increase in bid at 11.7%. At a high level, the tourism impacts are as follows. In 2021, there was $433.1 million in tourism-related spending, $25.7 million in local tax revenue, and over 5,000 jobs generated. Recently, our marketing accomplishments are as follows. We had a digital marketing campaign for the Mendocino County Harvest Festival from November 4th to 13th for the first time since 2019. We had 2 anchor events, and the work that Mendocino County Tourism put in gained us 155 visitors from afar and 2 media visitors. And the Mushroom Train gained us 197 visitors from afar and as well 2 media visitors. Monthly, we release a podcast, and we have for the past 10 months, hosted by Bay Area TV personality Roberta Gonzalez, featuring county businesses. The average views per episode are 5,393, reaching a total viewership of 48,537. We've also gone into television commercials. We've got commercials on KTVU2 and KTVU Plus, Bay Area, ABC7 in the Bay Area, KCRA3 in the Sacramento and Central Valley, and KCQA in the Sacramento and Central Valley. We also have engaged with KCBS Radio to do radio ads, Bay Area, Sacramento, and Central Valley. Our website has also seen increased traffic and visitation. We have from fiscal year 2021, year over year, we have a 43.8 increase in visitors to the Visit Mendocino County website. Our public relations has also been hitting major home runs. We have a goal of 500 placements for the year. And in the first 4 months, we've reached 469 of that goal. We had an ad equivalency of $10 million, and our placements have gained an ad equivalency of $314,457,907. We also had a goal of impressions at 250 million. And so far, this year we've reached 1,702,602,839. So we are doing incredibly well. And what we're looking to do today is get the information from the Treasurer Tax Collector so that we can further our research to potentially make some serious decisions as to the direction for funding for the organization. And now Emily will step up and take over.
Hey, thank you, Travis, and good morning, members of the board. Adrian, do we still have the slide deck that we're able to share?
It's posted, but we don't typically share screen.
Okay, no problem. So as Travis mentioned, I'm Emily Brown, a project manager with Civitas Advisors, and we're a legal and consulting firm based in Sacramento that specializes in sustainable funding for destinations and communities, mainly through the formation of improvement districts. And so our firm has successfully completed over 200 district formation and renewal projects globally, which has generated nearly $2 billion in dedicated funding for our clients. We've also drafted legislation in 18 different states, and our owner and CEO helped draft the 1994 law that the majority of improvement districts in California are formed under. So today I'll just explain the differences between the 1989 improvement area law that the current Mendocino County bid is formed under and the 1994 business improvement district law that MCTC is proposing to convert the district to. I'll explain the steps of the conversion process and go into detail about what the county's role will be. And of course, I'll be happy to answer any questions at the end. So the Parking and Business Improvement Area Law of 1989 is what the current bid is formed under. And as you all know, essentially it allows for businesses to be assessed within a predetermined district boundary. The Board of Supervisors has the authority to form these districts and also appoint the advisory board who governs the district. And these districts must be renewed annually as they have a one-year term. Under the Property and Business Improvement District Law of 1994, the district is run similarly, but with some key differences. Most notably is that the district can only be formed if there's support received by 50% or more of the businesses proposed to be assessed, weighted by how much they'll pay in assessment. This is done by collecting signed petitions through the petition drive, which I'll explain in a little more detail. But the 94 district would be governed by a nonprofit corporation known as the Owners Association, which will be guided by what's called a management district plan. This is a legally binding and county-approved document which outlines all of the services and parameters of the district. The district can have an initial term of up to 5 years and can be renewed for subsequent terms of up to 10 years. Lastly, the district is required to comply with Brown Act, Public Records Act, and is required to submit annual reports to the Board of Supervisors. So just quick summary of the differences between the two. Biggest thing to note is that the 94 law requires 50% or more of support from assessed businesses based on how much they pay via a signed petition. The district will be governed under a nonprofit corporation under the guidance of a management district plan, required to come to the Board of Supervisors once per year to submit an annual report. And finally, while the 89 district must be renewed annually, under the 94 district, the district can have an initial 5-year term. And then on the slides, you'll just see I have some examples of improvement districts. The majority of improvement districts in California are actually formed under the 94 law. For those that formed under the 89 law, most have already converted to the 94 law, and many of which modify or increase their assessment methodology when doing so. And so before I explain the steps to converting, I first want to revisit the changes to the bid that we're exploring. Travis touched a little bit on this in his presentation. So the current assessment is 1% of gross revenue on all lodging businesses except campgrounds. In order to alleviate the financial burden of the county and maintain the current funding level, we're exploring an increase in the assessment from 1% to 2% on all lodging businesses, and then including campgrounds as part of this assessment. We're exploring the option of other tourism-facing businesses such as attractions, brewery, on-site sales, restaurants, and wine tasting room sales at a 1% assessment. And again, I do just want to emphasize that we are just exploring and evaluating our options at this time. We're not imposing any of these changes on the businesses. It'll all be, ultimately will be contingent on business owner support, which is a keystone of the 94 law.
We have a couple of questions. Supervisor Haschak.
Sure.
I'm trying to find the screen. But overall, the question is about the oversight of in the 94. Who picks the oversight association or whatever it was called?
So the Owners Association is chosen by the business owners. So it's really led by business owners and it's approved by the county.
Okay, so the owners vote for their own association leadership. Is that correct?
I think the plan, since the structure is already in place, it would just be to have MCTC continue to serve as the Owners Association, and then they would have members serve on the board, business owners from the different segments within the district.
Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Jordy.
Yeah, so this is a question to Emily, because I'm assuming you're the one expert in the room on the differences between the 1989 law and the 1994 law. So you've given us a written description of the differences, but I've heard there are some other differences, and I want to get clarification of whether there are additional differences. Currently in Mendocino County, we're under the 1989 law, And yes, the Board of Supervisors each year approves the spending plan for the bid. But however, if at any time a majority of lodging operators within any particular city vote to not renew and not or again protest, at least in Mendocino County, the County of Mendocino has honored that, and furthermore allows the city councils representing the lodging in their town, if they were to on their own withdraw, they can withdraw. So is that I don't know, sort of independence at the city level removed from the 1994 law?
So as part of the process to form the district, we do have to request consent from the other cities for the county to act as lead jurisdiction. And at that time, the cities basically grant consent to the county and grant consent to be a part of the district. But I will say once per year on the anniversary of the start date of the district, the business owners have the option, if 50% or more weighted by how much they're paying in assessment, submit written protest, then the district can be disestablished.
For clarification though, currently they can leave if they're majority within any one city protests. Does this change from a city level weighted vote to a county-wide weighted vote?
It would be all businesses within the district, yes. So all county, city businesses, they all are based, their vote would be based on the total assessment paid.
Okay, so currently we had a situation where a majority within one city voted to withdraw. A year later, they came back. There were some changes with the organization. They came back. But on a technicality, another city actually had a majority, but it was not signed by the property owners. It was signed by a manager that in one case, and so that technically missed the majority threshold, and so that city remained for that year while the reforms are going on and the protests kind of died down. But the point was, I want everybody to understand there is a distinction, it sounds like, between the two laws, in that if you had a situation where the lodging operators, or in this case, lodging and restaurant owners, on a majority weighted vote in any one city were unhappy with the bid and did not want to renew, they themselves could be outvoted by the rest of the county. Is that true?
That's correct, yeah. So all of the businesses would collectively be in the same pool. We couldn't remove one city, or it would have to be 50% or more of all assessed businesses that were in protest.
And then for final follow-up on that, is the renewal vote by the businesses each year or every 5 years? You talk about a 5-year contract in the proposal.
Right. So the initial term we're proposing is it's up to 5 years, and I'm sure that's probably what we'll go for. But if the business owners don't want an initial 5-year term, we can certainly do a term less than that. But you're right, the renewal vote would be after the district term. So if the initial term is 5 years, then the renewal vote would be in 5 years, and then the subsequent terms can go up to 10 years.
And moving on from procedural issues to financing, your narrative talks about looking at ways to equalize, to maintain the same level of funding without the county subsidy either being at the current level or existing at all. And I just want to do the math here. So if all of the lodgings in Mendocino County collected the same amount of money in the future as they're collecting today, so there's no difference there, and they go from a 1% to a 2%, that's doubling the money. And the county's match right now is 50 cents for every dollar they collect. So it's actually an increase. Just want to make sure everybody's understanding it's an actual proposed increase in the budget. And then the other is that they're also, the proposal is contemplating a 1% assessment on restaurants, attractions, and potentially other types of businesses. So again, that's a substantial net increase in revenues. It's not merely a displacement of lost county subsidy. So I just want to make sure everybody understands the math there. And just finally on the agenda summary, there's not a lot of details in the agenda summary, honestly, but it does say that this was a proposal to benefit the county budget. And I would like Travis to articulate, again, the contemplation by the Visit Mendocino Board is to more than double their revenues. Can Travis articulate what he articulated to the ad hoc committee and what he was envisioning of for the county's contribution?
Sure. So, we don't know what the revenue from the other businesses would be. So we don't have any idea what that increase would be. What we propose is that we look at if we do increase the additional percentage to lodging, that we sit down with the county and figure out a flat rate that the county feels comfortable with in sponsoring, in supporting Visit Mendocino County, or MCTC, each year. So before we can have those conversations, we really need to get to find out what this other monies could be, if they're an option for us or not. And then we can go from there. But with the 1% increase, all of that money would go directly to programming. So that would go directly into marketing and public relations programs. There would be no other, we are set as an organization. We have our staffing levels set. We have, all of our hard costs are set already. And so every extra dollar that we get would go directly to programming.
Okay, I just want to clarify, in the meeting that with Travis, county staff, and Supervisor McGordy, and myself, this proposal was unveiled for the first time to the ad hoc committee, and it's contemplating more than doubling the bid revenues. And in that meeting, Travis, you proposed making the county match, instead of being 50 cents on the dollar, being 25. But of course, if you do the math, if your revenues more than double and the county's match goes from 50 cents on the dollar to 25 cents a dollar, it does nothing to help out the county budget. It actually increases the county's contribution. So I want to be clear about, that if Visit Mendocino's revenues, collections from the bid are going to come double or more than double, the county's contribution can't be 25 cents on the dollar. It'd have to be something less than 25 cents on the dollar in order for the county to not have a net increase out of its general fund.
Correct. Yes. And that was just a number that we threw out during that meeting and that conversation. As we're going through this process and learning more and more, that's adjustable completely. That was just a number that we had talked about.
Supervisor McGordy.
So I don't know what it's echoing. Are we better now? No.
It is. Oh, no, it's not.
Sorry. So we also talked about just a flat fee in terms of contribution that the county could make, reduced from what its contributions are presently. So, I think that's probably the route that the county would like to go. There's more to the presentation, correct? And if there is, I'd like to make some comments afterwards.
Yes, I was just going to explain a little bit about what the conversion process is like.
Go right ahead.
Thank you. So again, I just want to emphasize this part of the process is just exploring and evaluating our options. We do this by gathering the data, which in this case includes the TOT and sales tax data of the businesses within Mendocino County, and analyzing the impacts to the proposed district. So the next step of conversion, once we have the data, and probably the most important, is going to be business outreach and consensus building. And what that looks like is reaching out to the businesses proposed to be assessed, educating them about the process, and getting their feedback on the parameters of the district. Once we get consensus on the parameters, that leads us to the next step, which will be drafting the management district plan. And this will essentially be the constitution of the district. It includes all of the services and the parameters of the district. And we'll be bringing it to county council for their approval before we begin the petition collecting process. Once the management district plan is approved by the county, then we'll begin the business petition drive, which is where we'll need to collect over 50% of petitions in support from assessed businesses, weighted by how much they'll pay in assessment. Upon having that support, we have 3 stops at the Board of Supervisors in order to get approval to move forward with the formation of the new district. And this ultimately leads to the natural expiration of the existing 89 district. And so what's the county's role in this process? Step number 1 is why we're here today. I'll go into a little more detail on what's specifically needed and why, but a little later down the road, as I mentioned, once we have the district parameters finalized and have a management district plan prepared, we'll be working with county council to get their stamp of approval on that document before we begin the petition drive. And then finally, once we collect over 50% in signed petitions, we'll be coming back for 3 Board of Supervisor hearings to get final approval to form the district. So why we're here today. The first step in the process is collecting the data. And the first piece of data we need is the 2021 individual TOT data for all lodging businesses. And we need this for 2 reasons. Number 1 is to determine the impact on the budget of the new district, to include campgrounds and to increase the assessment rate. And number 2 is to determine the level of support in the petition drive. So as mentioned earlier, to form a 94 district, supportive signatures are required from over 50% of the assessed businesses based on how much they'll pay in assessment. And the most accurate way to determine their weight is using historical data to estimate how much they'll pay. Since the assessment methodology is based on a percentage of revenue, we look at TOT paid, therefore revenue earned in the past calendar year, and this determines the business's vote towards forming the new district. So our first request is to approve a non-disclosure agreement between Civitas and the County of Mendocino for access to the 2021 calendar year TOT data. And I just want to iterate that we take all steps to protect this information, and only Civitas would have access to the data. Our second request is for the approval of an NDA for access to the sales tax data for similar reasons that we need the TOT data. And so in exploring the option of including other tourism-facing businesses, we need the sales tax data to impact the budget, to estimate the impact on the budget of adding these businesses, to determine what we like to call if the juice is worth the squeeze. So once we analyze the numbers, if it's decided to move forward and include these other businesses, then as explained before, we'll use this data to estimate their vote in the petition drive. So basically for lodging businesses, we look at TOT data, and for all other businesses, we look at the sales tax data. That allows us to create one big picture of what the district will look like, and it allows us to calculate a vote for each business. So in summary, what we're asking for today is the approval of an NDA between Civitas and the County of Mendocino for the individual TOT data and the sales tax data for all potentially assessed businesses. And then very quickly, I just wanted to address some questions that have come up from members of county staff. Number 1 is, how will this information be protected? We certainly understand this privileged information, and we take the confidentiality of it very seriously. Only Civitas will review the data and will abide by all requirements laid out in the NDA. We take every precaution to protect the individual business data, and we would only provide aggregate numbers to MCTC. So this means aggregate budget estimates, and during the petition drive, we would only share the total percentage reached after receiving several petitions. That way the individual petition percentages and therefore the revenues cannot be deduced. And another question we received was, has this been done before? And the answer is many times. As I mentioned, Civitas has guided over 200 districts through some version of this process, whether it be formation, renewal, or conversion. And all of these required analysis of sensitive data. In many cases, the jurisdictions will share the data with our firm without an NDA, knowing that we'll still continue to keep the information confidential. But there are several jurisdictions which have recently signed NDAs for similar information, and that includes Amador County, Riverside County, Placer County, Lake County, among a few others. And I'd be happy to share any of their contact information if that would be helpful to answer some of your questions. I think on the slide, we just also have a timeline of the presentation or of the project. But if you'd like, I can go into more detail on that. Otherwise, that concludes my presentation.
Can you talk about how the process will involve cities? How do we make sure the cities are at the table?
Absolutely, yeah. So the first step, we're coming to the county to ask for TOT data and sales tax data. The individual cities have their own TOT data, so that's part of the process. We'll also be approaching them to ask for their individual TOT data. I've spoken with several of the city managers already, and so they're aware of the process, that it's in motion. When we get to the hearing process, we will officially submit a resolution requesting consent from the other cities. And so there will be a formal process at each of their city councils where they will have a resolution granting consent. So they're very involved in the process. As I mentioned, there's ongoing outreach with the city managers, so they're aware of the process. I've let them know, we'll keep them updated as we move throughout the project. And once we have the management district plan, they'll have a chance to review that as well.
And in the discussion about adding other types of businesses, other categories, I imagine, for example, some restaurants have significant substantial revenue from visitors. There may be other restaurants that serve almost entirely the locals. And I don't know that we want to institute a 1% tax on locals after sheltering a pandemic, poor economy, heavy inflation. 1% effective tax doesn't set well with me. Are there any models for differentiating and making sure that the tax is, or the assessment is on businesses that actually benefit from a visitor economy?
Absolutely, yeah. We can separate it by zones. We can draw the boundaries in a way that makes sense. If there's certain areas that, are more tourist heavy, we can certainly focus the assessment there, and maybe the assessment would not be included on restaurants where it is more just locals. So that's definitely something we can take into account when we put the equation together.
And then you mentioned needing tax data from our tax collector or auditor, controller tax collector's office. Can you be a little more explicit about what that data is? Is it something that they should have that they can just hand over, or do they have to generate reports? I want to know what we need to ask that office for, and so we can work out a realistic time frame.
Yeah, so most often they have those reports, or they essentially grant consent for us to work with HDL, and they have the sales tax data for all counties within the state. And so that's typically the route that we take. I think it's easier for us to just work with HDL directly, and they have the most up-to-date information usually.
Okay, Supervisor Haschek.
Thank you. So just looking at the big picture, and we're going to have a difficult discussion this afternoon about our budget. We've had lots of talk about structural deficit in our budget, and looking at this, the budget, or the income for the MCTC has gone up to 1.3 million in 21-22, really an increase over the years. And it seems like, with the county's contribution, it's, 1.5, where we're adding 50 cents on the dollar. So why, just looking at it, like if we're trying to be a little frugal with our money, why wouldn't the MCTC just go for a 1.5, percent, and that would take the county out of this equation, and it would generate the same amount of income?
Well, just to respond, the bid advisory board in the 2021 year actually requested in the report that was submitted to the county that MCTC look at increasing the bid and how we can look at options to increase the bid, to increase the amount of marketing that the organization can do, to increase the amount of business that tourism business that comes into Mendocino County.
Supervisor Jordy. I'm sorry, John, why don't you finish?
Well, and when we had this discussion in May or so, I think Supervisor McGorty was going to reach out to UC Cooperative Extension to see if there were any kind of economic analysis of, you know, what we're spending and what we're getting for it. And so was that ever done, or have you any information on that, Supervisor McGorty?
So the Visit Mendocino opted to do their own return on investment study, so I didn't bother with reaching out to UC specifically.
So yes, we did engage with the travel analytics group to provide us with a ROI study, which is scheduled to be delivered to the organization this week. So we should have that back. And as mentioned earlier, I look forward to sharing that with the Board of Supervisors.
Supervisor Journey.
Yeah, along that lines. So at our budget hearings in May and June, I proposed that the county, given what I knew about the county budget at that time, not provide the match for the bid revenues collected within the cities. The cities are perfectly capable, if they feel it's a good investment, to make that match, but the county doesn't have the revenues to make the match within the cities. Since that time, it's become very abundantly clear that our county budget is much tighter than any of us thought back in May and June. We struggled to approve just a 2% in COLA for county employees at a time of record inflation, the highest inflation in 40 years. And here we are, we've got, in 2 months, we're going to be back at labor negotiations with all the county bargaining groups because those contracts expired June 30th. My position at this point is the county doesn't have money to provide the $600,000 or a $400,000 or a $1 match to the bid. I think we need all $600,000 that they have been relying upon in our county budget for our county employees. Given that, along the lines with what Supervisor Hashak described, I think it's probably urgent for the Visit Mendocino Board and Visit Mendocino to have a realistic path forward. And I think shooting for the stars at 2%, including restaurants at 1%, I think is not realistic, and it will just drag out the process. I think we ought to cut to the chase here and look at something that seems plausible that the cities will be buying into. You know, they're going to be hearing twice as much as we're hearing from the restaurants, especially as this becomes more widely known in the public. I think the restaurants, it's a no-go with the restaurants. They have a very thin margin. Whether they're catering to tourists or locals, they don't have that extra 1%, and certainly locals aren't going to want to pay a 1% tax on their occasional restaurant splurge to go to promoting for tourists. So I think you drop the restaurants altogether from the discussion. Just focus on 2%. Include the campgrounds. That's actually a net increase. If you go from 1% to 1.5%, include the campgrounds. Now you're looking at more money than you have right now without the campgrounds and with the county's 50-cent match. And then maybe add in this 1% or maybe at 1.5% to the attractions. And you've definitely increased your revenues at that point with no county subsidy. And I think with that path forward, you're not going to be looking at likely opposition from the city councils or from the restaurants in those cities or the restaurants that are in the county. And I think, that gets you a path forward to get something in time for next fiscal year budget. It lets you stay on track. It lets us deal with our budget crisis that we've got at the county at the same time. So that's where I think this needs to head. And I think if it goes beyond that, I think it's just going to be a protracted train wreck.
Supervisor McGorty.
Well, I'm not quite as pessimistic as Supervisor Jurdy, but I think that the restaurant thing is confusing. One of the discussions that Travis and I had was that the restaurants could be determined if they get the majority of their income from out-of-town sources and consequently would be assessed. I'm curious also on this. Right now, we do a match for the cities. The cities are sort of opted out, correct? They have their own program for promotion, or how does that work? Travis?
Yeah, so there is Visit Fort Bragg and there is a Visit Ukiah. I'm not exactly sure how their funding structures are, but I do believe that those come from TOT monies to the cities.
So under this proposed new structure for the BID, is there an opt-out potential for the cities if they choose to?
Emily?
So in the formation, the cities will have the option to not, essentially they would not consent to joining the district, and that would be the opportunity for them to opt out.
So that wouldn't change then, so we could still maintain the present kind of arrangement that we have between the county and the cities and Visit Mendocino. Except that I agree with Supervisor Jurdy, if they opt out, then I certainly wouldn't be matching their funds to the Visit Mendocino. The last comment I just want to make is that TOT was created and increased multiple times with the idea of an investment in tourism. And that's my only regret, is if we were to go down the path that Supervisor Jurdy is talking about, we no longer are contributing to a very, very important industry. We're no longer investing. You could argue, yes, we are, because those taxes will go to take care of the services that make Mendocino County functional, so that when people come here, they're safe and they're protected. And I would hope that it just wouldn't sort of be frittered away if we weren't giving money directly to Visit Mendocino. I hope that there would be a way of us looking at things like picking up garbage, supporting our parks, and taking care of things that have been kind of deferred or not done for ages because we just simply didn't have money. I would like to see something definitive happen to our TOT that improves the environment, that makes this a more attractive place for people to visit and to live in. Thank you.
Supervisor McGordy, a follow-up question. How would we determine if a restaurant receives more revenue from visitors than locals? I mean, I take green presidents into a restaurant. How did they ever track that I was a local?
Travis, you have some ideas on that?
Yeah, so there's a way of just tracking the credit card use. So while you're saying yes, but
locals disproportionately use cash relative to visitors. So I don't know that that's a definitive source.
Correct. And that was just an idea of a way out for restaurants. There's a lot of conversation to be had, and really we haven't decided on any direction other than we need the information, please.
Yeah. So, and then Supervisor McGordy, your point about not being as pessimistic as Supervisor Jurdy. I see that we're going to be back at the negotiation table soon. Our revenue is not increasing. What will change between now and then? We have employees that are substantially underpaid, many of whom are looking for jobs with other counties and cities. I don't know that this is sustainable. And I really support marketing the county, and I think there is a return on investment. Haven't seen the numbers yet, but I expect that there is a significant return. This is something that we need to do. But I don't know how sustainable the general fund is. We may have been deficit spending for many years, not even knowing it, because the reporting in our county has been so faulty. So I'm somewhere in the middle on, I want us to continue to have the county involved in directly supporting the visitor economy, but I want to be realistic about what we have to work with and the other priorities. Supervisor Mulhern.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm glad that we're having this conversation today so that we can move forward. I support the businesses being the ones that are deciding what's happening with their future. I think that that's really important. They know their market way better than we do. I've never owned a restaurant. It's not up for me to say whether or not they could sustain a 1% or 2%. I would love to hear what the businesses think about that, and I think that that's really important. I also am interested in seeing a flat rate versus a percentage and what that looks like for the MCTC as well as for the county budget. I will personally say that I don't think that the Board of Supervisors wants to have no stake in what happens with tourism in our county, and I point to the current leadership of the MCTC and including cannabis in the marketing programming. And I think it's really important for elected officials to still continue to be able to have a role in talking about what we're advertising in our community. And I think it is really important that we don't let that opportunity go by not providing any kind of investment in the MCTC. I am looking forward to seeing the return on investment numbers. I'm sure that there is revenue that comes in directly from marketing, and I don't want to discount that at all. So I don't know if that will just be an email to the board or if that needs to be an agendized item in the future. And regarding the conversation about locals and restaurants and attractions, I am a local person. I have friends and family that visit and stay in hotels. I stay in hotels on the coast and pay additional fees. I rode the Christmas train with my family on Sunday, and we do dine at local restaurants. And for our family to be able to support those workers that are in those restaurants, those servers, those bartenders, those bussers that receive essentially additional revenue because of the tourism that's brought in by MCTC, like I am in support of that as an individual. So I think it's really not up to me to say what individual businesses will support or not, and I just look forward to seeing what they think of it. We'll find out, right? If they don't support it, then we'll know.
Supervisor Dirty.
Yeah, so I'm just trying to be practical here. You know, we have a budget process that's going to be starting. In fact, county staff is already working on next year's budget, and we're going to be having some tough decisions to make later this afternoon just about this year's budget. We have tough decisions to make about next year's budget. Starting in really literally a couple of months. We have contract negotiations that'll be starting up within weeks from now. And, you know, it's not realistic for us to pretend we're going to have money for a match. So I think, again, what we need to be looking at is there a path forward that Visit Mendocino can have their current level funding or a higher level of funding approved in place by June or July 1st of next year, which the path forward means not engendering a bunch of opposition from restaurants throughout the county and other businesses perhaps. And yes, we need to understand the law. So I want to make sure everybody in this room understands, as it's been described to us, the city councils will have to make a decision whether or not to proceed with this. If they see a proposal they don't like because the restaurants are against it, because the lodging is against going from 1% to 2%, their only opportunity to stop it in their city is at this initial resolution stage, as it's been described to us. Once it gets adopted in their city, it's out of their control as to whether or not a majority of their businesses object to it later, after the fact, a year or two into it. So this thing, again, could easily turn into a train wreck at the city councils if restaurants are included, if it's too big of an increase from the 1%. And I think let's cut to the chase. Let's end the criticism that's going to come at this proposal by capping it at 1.5% just to lodging, including campgrounds, and which gets you a net increase of revenue. And if you want to include attractions, you know, the skunk train, botanical gardens, whatever, you know, that maybe that's not going to engender a lot of opposition either, because you know you have support from the skunk train, and I guess I'm trusting that you have support from the botanical gardens because they're the other obvious attraction in the county. I don't know that you've talked to them. I'm assuming you have, and then just limit it at that. Then you can walk away by July 1 with a net increase in your revenue, no burden on the county general fund anymore, and you have stability at that point. But I think if you include restaurants in the discussion, this whole thing is going to go down in flames.
Supervisor McGordy.
So I just want to talk about my optimism, and I think what I'm basing it on is that someday we'll actually know what we have in the bank, that we will have a functional auditor, controller, tax collector, treasurer, and that's where my optimism comes from. Right now, we are in kind of desperate situation. Supervisor Jurdy brings up a lot of good points about the uncertainty of trying to bring in people who aren't used to paying TOT funds. They pay sales tax, but they're not familiar with this. It might be better to do this in kind of a multi-stage process where we start first with the businesses that are comfortable working with TOT and bids, and start with that and then look at expanding later.
So I support the business community. Whatever they come together and decide is the right approach for collective marketing has my support. Travis, how do we let the business community drive this process?
Well, the first step is we would like to collect the data to even know if the other businesses are an option, if it's worth the process of doing this. Then from there, we would reach out to the business community and ask for their support and have that conversation with them. But without the information and the data, we don't even know if that's on the table at this point.
And do you have any sense of whether lodging would support the 2%? Are you confident that that'll pass?
I am, yes.
So Supervisor Jurdy brings up the budgeting timeline. Could we bring in our auditor, controller, tax collector to see if she's able to make available the data that this process depends on? We don't really need a detailed answer, just trying to get a sense of the time so that when we make a commitment today, we know the county can carry forward. Supervisor Haschek?
Well, I see that auditor, controller, treasurer, tax collector is on, so I'll defer and to Shamice Covison.
Good morning, Supervisors. Shamice Covison, Auditor, Controller, Treasurer, Tax Collector. I'm pleased to see this discussion taking place. We really, at least from my office's perspective, needed to see what the board's interest was before we pursued any further conversations. I do believe we're going to require a non-disclosure agreement with Civitas, but wanted to kind of know the board wanted to go in this direction before we continued those conversations. I do believe, and Assistant Treasurer Tax Collector Cheyenne Gordon may have additional information she can join if there's more discussion that needs to happen, but we should be able to provide the information on the TOT. It's probably going to be sometime it need to be January at the soonest, just because we're trying to get through obviously the busiest time of tax collection right now. I would like to point out that there will be some additional costs if the county moves forward in this direction. If it does pass, the county will have additional costs in terms of changing how the business revenue module of the Momentum system handles the tax collection for this particular tax. So there will be some additional costs to the county, and there may need to be some discussion that it may exceed the 3% that we currently have on the bid collection fee. So there will be, configuration and changes, adding the additional percent and some other costs to the county in order to even collect something different than what we're collecting right now. So I just wanted to make sure that that was put out there. I believe that we don't really have anything to do with the sales tax information other than agreeing to allow them to access that with the state. So I don't have any idea as to how long or what's involved with obtaining that information from the state on the sales tax information. It's a matter of giving permission for them to access that information, is my understanding.
Thank you. Emily Brown and Travis Scott, is that what you need? Can you work with a January delivery?
Yes, absolutely.
Supervisor Haschek?
Well, I see that Martha Barra is in the audience, so I would like to hear, because I think Ms. Barra represents the wine industry and a service, a thriving business that caters to a lot of locals, and has events. And I just like to hear your point of view.
It's, can we call this public comment?
This can be public comment, surely.
Okay. So
But it does
comments
relate
starting
to the
tomorrow.
subject that you're discussing right now. I want to take you back in a bit of history, and it was Mazer G. It was probably in the 1990s that the TOT was taken from 8% to 2%, lobbied very hard by the wine industry to raise that extra 2%, which was designated at that time by the voters to go to tourism funding. I want to remind you of that. For you to change it now and take that funding, which has already been done, take that funding completely away, I think is not what the voters would like to see done. They spoke when they increased that. As far as adding extra taxes on, I think it's the wrong time to ask. We're on restaurants, in talking to one of our most prominent restaurants here in Ukiah, his estimate was that 80% of his business is from locals. So you're actually taxing the locals. And Mr. Jurdy, I think you're exactly right that you're going to see a revolution among the restaurants if there's an extra tax put on. Tasting rooms, this is just, people have only so much money to spend. And so this is, to me, just taking money out of our pocket to add one more tax onto us. We already pay very high employment taxes, property taxes, you name it. It's for businesses to operate in California, it's very expensive. So I'm just saying you're adding one more burden onto businesses when you reach out into these other areas. And what it will do to your auditor tax collector, as Ms. Cubison said, there's the extra tracking and collection process. So I think this is the wrong time to change this, particularly if you're reaching out into other areas. 1.5% with lodging, if you can get the support of them, that's all the better. And of course, that would be extra funding to the county. One other comment I want to make is until you get your finances in order so you really know what is available for the budget, I think you're still operating in the dark. And that's a disservice to the public. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I have a question for the speaker.
Supervisor Mulhern.
Thank you. Given that you have an extensive history and that the County of Mendocino's General Fund has contributed in some form over the many years that the bid has been in process, what are your thoughts? What do you think the industry's thoughts would be about the county no longer contributing?
I think the entire county that depends upon TCM, Mendocino County Tourism Commission, or Visit Mendocino, to promote Mendocino County would be very disappointed in the board not adding the funding that as has been established by the voters. That was done. That extra money was voted for tourism. And if you look at our economy, what do we have here? We have some timber, we have some pears, we do have grapes and wine industry, and then we have tourism. And I really think that is what we're going to have to, marijuana is dead. If you saw the front page of the Press Democrat on Sunday, when cannabis goes from $4,000 a pound down to $100 a pound, there's no way that those growers can even work to become legal. So that's a dead industry in Mendocino County. So we've got tourism, and we need to put our efforts to making our county pristine, beautiful, and attractive. And as our businesses start doing better, this will be our hope for our county. And if we are successful in that area, we're going to attract other businesses too. I'm very confident, as is Glenn, that that we will do better. We are in a downturn right now because of the Depression. We've gone through inflation out of sight, and now that we're trying to control it, we are. And in Mendocino County too, our businesses are losing that role of cannabis dollars that supported restaurants. So now if you put one more burden on them on top of all of the loss that they're sustaining, I think it's the wrong time, the wrong ask. So as far as, I think the business community would be very disappointed if the board withdrew support for tourism. Any other questions?
Just
Supervisor McGordy.
Real quickly, I had a discussion with several other people involved in the interior part of Mendocino County in both lodging and wine and tourism. And they said that things have just not really quite recovered yet, that we're still kind of between COVID and sort of the disruption of our economy, that while they see the need for investment, they're not sure that this is the right time for at least ancillary services like restaurants.
Right. No, I do think that many of our businesses are struggling. And if you, here again, going back to how the cannabis industry did support our businesses, it was Wyatt Industry, it was Rainbow Ag, it was Ag Unlimited. It's the plumbing, the irrigation systems, the fancy pickups with the jacked up wheels. I mean, it all fed into our economy. And of course that flowed over into our restaurants and our retail. So we're going to be looking at very serious budget considerations for the county. And we know that. And I sympathize with every one of you sitting up there having to make these very, very tough decisions on what is unfair treatment for our county employees, because they deserve better. Anything else?
Supervisor Moran.
I have a question for Travis and Emily, but it can wait until after you're done with public comment if you'd like.
Okay. Any more public comment in room? Okay, online we have Courtney DeGraff.
Hi, thank you guys for opening for public comment and for all of your discussion today. I'm Courtney DeGraff, the Executive Director of Anderson Valley Wine Growers Association. And I first want to thank Visit Mendocino for all the work that they do to promote our county. They sit on our board of directors and provide invaluable support to our organization and our community. I realize the current proposal for an increase in the lodging bid tax, as well as the addition of a new tourism bid tax on attractions, which would include the winery sales. For my comment, I want to share some considerations specific to the wine industry as a contributor to a visitor economy tax. As background, a winery sales bid is not new. It was recently passed by Temecula Wines, who is the first wine region that has a DMO level of funding dedicated to the specific promotion of Temecula wine. Civitas worked with them as well as other wine regions who have also tried to pass it, but it's very expensive and a timely process that requires county level support. Our small nonprofit wine associations are member supported, and often we lack the resources to advance big strategic projects that would be beneficial, like a wine bid tax. On more than one occasion, I've received pushback on the idea of a Mendocino wine bid tax to help fund our associations. The reason provided was the former Grape Commission embezzlement would make it very challenging to get support from the industry. So I'm very supportive that this discussion is happening. And there are many leaders in the wine industry who think it's only a matter of time before a wine bid tax becomes the primary funding mechanism for regional wine associations. As an industry, we learned from COVID that our legacy primary funding mechanism, which is large in-person events, is unsustainable. So what's been presented today is relevant and an area of interest to the larger wine industry. I want to thank Visit Mendocino for spearheading the work with Civitas to begin the discussion. Ultimately, a wine bid tax is the vehicle necessary to provide the funding that our organizations need to effectively represent our stakeholders and promote our wine regions. With this in mind, if a retail tax were to pass in our county by VMC, we think it would be critical that those funds are used to support the areas where the tax is generated. Because our county has 2 dedicated wine organizations designed specifically to support and represent the wine industry, funding generated by a wine retail tax should be directed to those organizations for use in marketing and PR efforts versus being entirely managed by a county entity. So ultimately, our board would like to work with VMC and Civitas to understand the new tourism tax better and collaborate on how we can partner so the funds collected are best allocated back to the wine industry for tourism through the wine associations. If this were to happen, I think the associations can help to work with the wineries to get support behind a consumer tax. Ultimately, 1% on a $50 bottle of wine isn't going to discourage a sale. So that's my comment. Thank you guys for your time today and all that you do.
Michael Katz.
Yes, good afternoon, supervisors, county staff. Travis from VMC. This is Michael Katz, Executive Director of the Mendocino Cannabis Alliance. I was not planning on speaking on this item, but I felt that per the public comment, I wanted to make a couple of remarks. Cannabis is not dead in Mendocino County. It is also in a downturn, a significant downturn, part of which has been exacerbated by the choices of the Mendocino Cannabis Department and the Board of Directors, but that is something that can be resolved. There's a lot of positive work happening at the state level regarding direct-to-consumer sales for our small farmers that will give them the opportunity to generate more of their the value of their product in the market. Tourism is an incredibly important part of our cannabis economy. Just this past summer, we had several very successful cannabis farmers markets in Laytonville and in Anderson Valley. And what that did was bring people from as far away as Sacramento and Southern California to connect with our award-winning, world-famous small batch cultivators, the ones who are still working their way through this program. So if the county is concerned about losing revenue, one incredible way to do that would be to actually support the survival of as many small operators in this county as possible. And so their quality of product, which has been awarded at the California State Fair and many other reputable award shows, can get its way out to the public. Research has shown that about 20% of tourists are cannabis tourists. So the huge number of people that are coming up to Mendocino that are putting money into this economy, at least 20% of them are interested in the cannabis history and culture that exists here. So to ignore that is to ignore a huge part of the existing economy and what will continue to be an important part of the economy unless it is destroyed by overregulation at the county level. So we encourage the board and the VMC to continue their incredible efforts to drive awareness here. So many industries have been hurt in Mendocino, have left this county. The few things that have shown to provide reliable revenue recently have been tourism and cannabis. Cannabis is in a downturn for reasons we all know. And yes, wholesale prices are diminished, but the retail price of our cannabis product, when sold at a way that allows the farmer retain that value, can still provide them with over $1,000 to $2,000 per pound when they're able to sell to consumers. So this county should be working to make that sort of thing happen so that we can be driving more revenue into the county coffers as opposed to shutting the book on the entire industry. So we support VMC's efforts to enhance our tourism capabilities and believe that they should be well budgeted to do so. Thank you very much.
Mr. Chair, may I interrupt to ask the speaker a couple questions real quickly?
By all means, Supervisor McGordy.
So Michael, why is it so difficult to get information from the cannabis industry that's accurate on receipts of sales? Because I know that you say that it's an important industry, but we have a really tough time putting a finger on what the actual contribution is to our economy. That's the first question. The second comment is, I agree with you. It's kind of crazy to have a small producer that can't do direct sales, and that's a real problem with the state cannabis law that needs to be fixed.
Sure. Well, thank you for those comments. Appreciate the second one. Totally agree. And we hope to see that on our county legislative platform. On the first question, I can't really answer that question. I don't understand the issues that exist within your tax collection system at the county. It sounds from watching these meetings that there are a lot of struggles with that and that y'all are working on figuring it out. I know that operators have been having significant trouble selling product into the market for the last couple of years. I know that the county approach to engaging with operators is not generally a collaborative and supportive one. And so the tension that exists while these folks are trying to protect their livelihood, being told that the vast majority of them are going to lose their licenses and there's nothing they can do about it. And the county simultaneously does not say, we are going to do everything in our power to stop that. People have lost a lot of hope and faith in this governmental system. And so I think if there is a desire for the county to have a more proactive relationship with the cannabis community, then it would need to do more to support that community.
Michael, I want to clarify. I think Supervisor McGorty was asking, why is it so hard to get the surveys back? And our tax collector doesn't receive this data. We have other problems with financial records. That's a separate issue. The
He
issue
said taxes, but I can speak to the crop report. Basically, this was presented in a very short window of time during harvest, when people are being asked to provide tons and tons of required information without which they might lose their licenses. And so when they are faced with mounting pressures from the state, local authorities, from other state agencies like CDFW and CDFA and all these different places, one survey out of 1,000 requests that's not mandatory is not going to take a priority. The challenge, and we were able to receive, 12 times as many responses as the county, but that's not a lot because, again, this is a community in crisis. Saying, hey, let us know about your sales to a community in crisis when you're not also saying to them, we're going to protect you, is not going to produce the desired result.
So is it your take that next year we will have the same dismal results, lack of data?
I think it depends on how the county decides to engage with its local stakeholder cannabis operators, and if it actually takes steps to try to show them that you're trying to support and keep as many of them in the program as possible. And if the cannabis community feels supported by this board, they will provide support in return.
So there may be a bit of a chicken and egg problem here. Is there anything MCA could do now to ensure that next year we have completed surveys?
It is completely out of our control what decisions you as the board make to produce cannabis policy. We provide redlined recommendations. We provide thousands of pages of documents over the past 2 years of very specific recommendations that apparently aren't, quote, shovel ready. And so they're thrown off to the side. And so MCA can continue to engage and hope that the board will in good faith actually integrate our suggestions, which come from expert research. But what we've seen so far is not that. So
yeah, Michael, that's not what I'm asking. I'm asking, could MCA help campaign to get the surveys returned to the county? Because if we see that it's a significant economic driver, it's likely to get more attention. But when we see only 2 responses come back,
the crop report of 2020 showed it produced $130 million of economic activity on 290 acres worth of land. Like, how much more proof does this board need? That is a really significant number. That's $450,000 an acre compared to $5,000 an acre on 16,000 acres of grapes. Find me a larger economic driver in this county than that. On that scale. And so the proof is there. The need for MCA is happy to try to promote this. We actually did. We're the only group that got significant information for this survey, but the board needs to support the community.
Hey,
if it wants
I
proper
appreciate
response.
it, and I hope we can get better results next year. Supervisor Mulhern.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This question is for Travis and Emily. I don't imagine that you came up with the 2% and 1% in a vacuum. I also don't imagine that you haven't, well, I think especially to visit, you must have gotten some feelers out there a little bit to speak to people. So are there any neighboring counties that have similar rates for their bids? Or where did this 1% come from?
So speaking to lodging bid assessment, Humboldt County is at 2%. Lake County is in the process of moving to 2.5%. I believe they're going for approval today at their Board of Supervisors meeting. And the County of Sonoma is at 2%. So it is a standard industry number out there that improvement districts are going to. And again, the number of 1% is just a number that we are entertaining through the research process. That's all.
Supervisor Haschak.
So getting back to the question, because we've been at this for an hour and 20 minutes when it was scheduled for 30 minutes. What do you need from us if, because what I'm hearing is that the restaurants really aren't in favor of this in the 3rd district. And that if we, just went for the BID increase from 1% to 2% or 1% to 1.5%, whatever it is, do you need us to do something to get to that point? Do you need this non-disclosure agreement to get that information that you need? And do we need to do something with this conversion from the 89 to the 94 rules?
So I can speak to that. So today, all we're asking is for approval of the non-disclosure agreement, just to access the data and to make these decisions. As Travis mentioned, there's still a lot of conversations to be had. We certainly appreciate everyone's comments today and the feedback. And it is going to be an ongoing conversation that we need to have with the business owners, the lodging business owners. But the very first step is just looking at the data and determining what that will mean at the different assessment levels. And so all we're asking for today is approval of the non-disclosure agreements so that we can access the data.
But is that data needed for increasing the tax for the restaurants and all the other entities? Or do you need that data if you were just going to increase the bid for the existing hotels?
So the TOT data is needed to paint the picture for the lodging businesses, and the sales tax data is needed to paint the picture for all other businesses. And so we're not moving forward with any assessment of restaurants or businesses. We just wanted a picture of what the proposed assessment could look like.
Supervisor Jurdy.
Yeah, so you already know exactly how much the existing lodging produces because you already receive a 1% bid from the existing lodging. The only thing you don't have now is the assessment on the campgrounds in terms of lodging. And so, but we have a 10% TOT tax that the county is donating to per voter proposal to the fire departments. So we already have that data. You just do a multiplier, or a division of the 10% tax that the campgrounds are collecting. And I believe it's about $700,000 a year. So 1% would be $70,000. 1.5% would be, $105,000. So that doesn't need any new information from the county treasurer auditor's office. I don't want to release the information about restaurants because I think that just stirs up a hornet's nest countywide. So I'm opposed to releasing the information about the restaurants because I think it's a distraction. It's going to slow down this process, and we'll be voting on our county budget, and you will not have approval from any of the cities, I predict, if the restaurants are included in a discussion. And so what does that do? Well, 40% of the bid right now comes from the 4 cities. If you go if you lose all that bid collection from the cities, you've gained almost nothing, even if you go from a 1% to 2% bid, because now you've lost 40% of your revenue. So your net increase is infinitesimal. and then you're still going to be looking for a match from the county, which we don't have. So it's just a total waste of time. So I'm opposed to releasing the restaurant information from the unincorporated area. I think you should not be bothering the cities for the same information. And I think you should just pursue going from 1 to 1.5 just on the lodging, including the campgrounds. Prove yourself with your 5-year performance. And at that point, go back to the cities and go back to the county and say, and if at that point you've built up a track record that has support from restaurants, maybe has support from the tasting rooms, then come back at that point with a different proposal at that point. But this gets you a net increase in revenue, no county burden of the general fund, which we can't afford going forward, and it gives you a chance to prove yourself with a 5-year contract.
Supervisor Mulhern.
I would like to try my hand at a motion. I move the recommended action to accept the presentation by Civitas and MCTC and provide direction to staff to include a non-disclosure agreement to work with the Auditor, Treasurer, Tax Collector's Office and HDL to provide the tax information to determine whether or not it's feasible to move forward with any kind of increases.
I would second that.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor. Supervisor Hess, actually, County Council.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just asked for a little bit of clarification because we don't actually have an NDA on the agenda, or and my understanding is there's still some specific language that needs to be worked out. I understand my office has seen a copy, but there's some discrepancies between the version we received and what had been signed off by some other counties. So I'm confident we can work through that. But in terms of the motion, does the board want to essentially give authority to the chief executive officer to go ahead and sign such an agreement, or would you prefer that the item come back and it be direction for the board?
I would allow for the chief executive officer to work with county council.
And I'm amenable to that as well.
Supervisor Hester.
Well, I agree with what Supervisor Jurdy said about, this is going to create a real hornet's nest, and we're stirring up, and it will, just like we saw with the Measure P for the fire districts, we won that with 55%, and if we would have had the water agency along with that, it probably would have failed. And so I think that MCTC would be well advised to just look at the streamlined version of this and not try to include the restaurants. I don't think that will go. And so I think it'd be much better for the path to be just looking at the 1.5 or 2% and see what the industry wants in that regard.
Auditor, Controller, Tax Collector, Shamise Kobitson.
Auditor, Controller, Treasurer, Tax Collector. I just would like to recommend that you add Auditor, Controller, Treasurer, Tax Collector to CEO for the TOT data if you're going to pass the motion.
Does the maker support the change?
Yeah, I thought that it was included, but if there's a different way you want me to state it, it was, my motion was to work with the Auditor, Treasurer, Tax Collector and Civitas and HDL, but if you'd like me to, are you asking for that to be on the sign off? That's fine with me.
And the second degrees.
Yes.
Good. I have a couple questions for my colleagues. Martha Barra's comments that when the TOT was passed, there was a commitment to provide funding for marketing. Does the board sustain that finding? And are we making a change that's contrary to the past TOT? Any thoughts?
I think someone needs to produce the election documents, whether that was advisory, whether that was a promise by the board in the form of a resolution, whether it was a pinky promise, or whether it was something that was actually written into the ordinance that the voters adopted. I think we need to know that information beyond public comment.
Yeah, so I would like to ask, it doesn't have to be part of the motion, maybe it's direction to staff that we produce those records. Because I don't know what I would support today without that piece of information. If the voters told us that a portion of the TOT is to be used for a purpose, my support will be to follow the will of the voters. And I think if we don't, it'll be awfully hard to pass taxes going forward. And so we need to be really careful about that. And I don't have it in front of me today to know either way. And then her other comment, and I think Supervisor Jordy is back to this, is I don't want to see us start a fight with restaurants and have this fail before it takes off, because we don't know how bad our books are. We may find out we have much worse financial problems than we know. And in fact, just to give you a taste, the new jail wing, which is over budget and will probably be even more over budget, if the county doesn't have that new wing, we will have a major financial problem on our hands eventually. That's a mandated service that we can't provide without that new wing. And yet we don't have a line item in our budget for the staffing for that thing or the maintenance. And I imagine we're talking $3 to $5 million a year. That's going to come online in the coming years. We don't have any way to pay for it. So when you put public safety, which is a requirement, the state constitution tells us it's a requirement. If you put that on the weight scale with marketing the county, public safety is always going to win. That is our priority. So I think it's critical that as much as I want to see the county continue to contribute, it's foreseeable that we may be in a financial position where we have to make hard decisions. I would hate for this to fail because we included restaurants and lost the city support. So I want to support the effort, but I want to ask that the parties be very careful that that this becomes a win. If you don't think it's going to pass, if it's on the edge, pull back. Whether it's the 1.5 Supervisor Jordy is suggesting, or it's dropping restaurants. Supervisor McGordy.
So I was here when Measure G passed, and very much was part of the discussion that Mendocino County was raising TOT to provide 2% to support promoting tourism. And it would be good to go back and check, but that's how I remember it, because that was when the Mendocino County Promotion Alliance was created, which is sort of the antecedent of Visit Mendocino. So I was there, I was part of it, I know that it existed. If we walk away from promoting tourism after we promised the voters that's why we were increasing TOT, that would really be a shame. However, and again, I like data, so I don't think that we're asking right now for restaurants to commit. If what we would just want to do is understand what would the financial implications be if the wine industry, if restaurants that cater to tourism, if attractions, if were assessed, what would that look like? And I think Monterey is a good example, Monterey County, of what happens when everybody chips in. It's an amazing place to visit. It's certainly one of my favorite draws. When there's a conference or something for me to attend and it's in Monterey, I'm very likely to go because it's such a great city. And they assess everything. I understand even gasoline. So they've made a total commitment to making Monterey a great place for tourism. And by the way, it's a great place for the people who live there as well. So I think it's worth taking a look at. I don't think we have to couch it very carefully that this is not going to be automatic, that everybody is going to be taxed, but we just want to know what it looks like. I think it's always worth taking the time for that.
Supervisor McGordy, do you think it's possible for us to try to communicate a headline that's not county supervisors support applying TOT to restaurants, but rather supervisors support Mendocino County Tourism Commission working with industry to devise a marketing budget?
Yeah, I do. And I think what you said was really wise. This is their choice, not ours. And what we're doing is we're giving them information. This is what it looks like if you decide to do this. This is what it's going to cost you. This is how much money would be raised. You decide, not us. And then I think that is a very different message than saying we're all going to fail because we know you're opposed. And I don't see it that way.
Supervisor Haschek?
Well, I too would like to see the commitment that the county has towards BID and that. And, you know, I don't want to make any statements about what the county's contribution is right now because we've been going through a very tough time even finding any COLA for the people working for the counties, and to make any kind of commitment at this point seems a little risky. And so I don't know where we're going with it with the budget, but you know, we're going to have to see in June when we come up with the budget what we can afford because, you know, like you said, public safety, we have a lot of priorities in this county that aren't being met at this point. And so we need to really look at it very closely.
All right, are we ready for a vote? Roll call.
Through the chair, this is Atlas Pearson, Senior Deputy Clerk of the Board. I'd like to read back the motion just to verify that I've got it correctly.
Please.
Motion by Supervisor Mulhern, seconded by Supervisor McGorty, to accept the presentation by Civitas and MCTC, authorize the CEO to work with County Council regarding the execution of a non-disclosure agreement with Civitas for the purpose of working with the Auditor, Controller, Treasurer, Tax Collector, and HDL to provide tax info and determine whether or not it is feasible to move forward with any kind of increases.
The maker and the second degree.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, roll call.
Supervisor Jurdy?
No.
Supervisor McGorty?
Yes.
Supervisor Mulhern?
Yes.
Supervisor Haschak?
No.
And Chair Williams?
Yes.
Motion carries with Supervisors Haschak and Jurdy dissenting.
Does staff need a break?
Yes, we would like a break, and we may need to go into closed session now and then come back.
Okay, 10-minute break and then meet in closed session at 12:15.
Thank you.
Chair Williams, we need to read out the items of closed if you're going to go into closed session directly after the break.
Perhaps Vice Chair could read those out.
Vice Chair McGorty, could you please read into the record the closed session items as we're going to be adjourning to closed session?
I'm sorry, I wasn't hearing you properly. Yeah. Well, no, I'm Vice Chair, so repeat that.
We just need you to read into the record the closed session items as we're going to be adjourning to closed session.
Okay, so we are about to adjourn to a working lunch for closed session, and pursuant 6A, pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6, conference with labor negotiator, agency negotiators Darcy Antle, Sherry Johnson, and John Holtzman, employer organizations all. And then item 6B, pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D1, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, one case, Heron DeGrule versus Mendocino County, case number SCUK-CVPO-2020-73798.
And with that, we will reconvene no sooner than 1:30.
Very good.
Item 6A and 6B had no reportable action. And we are on item 4E. No, that's not true. We're on item 4F, discussion and possible action regarding board ad hoc committees, including disbanding ad hoc committees that have concluded business, sponsored by the Executive Office.
Darcy Antle, CEO. We are asking you to take a look at the ad hocs that you have formed either this year and over the last couple of years to see if you are prepared to disband them and ask the committee members to report out. And then you would be looking at possible recreation in January when you come back together.
Supervisor Mulhern.
So I'm sorry, for clarification, if we believe that one of our ad hocs should continue, should we let you know that now? Or did you say we're going to have that conversation in January?
So attached to the item is a list that we are recommending that you close now. And there's approximately 3 on the list for you to consider leaving open. That would be the formation, the ad hoc committee to work with the county cities on the tax sharing agreement.
Yeah.
As that's heavily in process right now, and we're working through that, and that would be Supervisor Jurdy and Mulhern. The ad hoc committee for phase 3 cannabis cultivation, that again is Jurdy and Mulhern.
That one, and that one can be closed.
Closed, okay. And the other is the ad hoc for fiscal year 22-23 budget process. That is chair and vice chair, so Williams and McGordy at this time. And that has been set to go fiscal year when we prior set that up. So it's a fiscal year ad hoc.
Okay, well, I have 2, and if it's okay with the chair, I'll just proceed. That I would like to continue working on. The first one is the parks. Although we've presented the parks needs assessment, we still are not done with potentially some negotiations with partnering agencies to either remove parks from our system or reduce costs to our system. And we are also not done working with Visit Mendocino on possible collaborative efforts to support the parks through what may look like a membership program, something similar to what Sonoma County has. So I think I'm not done working on the parks, and I'd like to continue that with Supervisor McGordy if that's available. If he's not available, I'm not sure what the process looks like. And, oh, go ahead. Okay. And then the other one is the EMS and fire issues that I work with Supervisor Williams on. We're still working with the fire districts on some issues around building permits. And then we also are still continuing to engage in the EMS and the JPA conversations. So I'd like to continue working on both of those.
Atlas, did you have something? Chair, clerk, sorry.
Yeah, I'm going through making notes. I just want to clarify, are both members of the Phase 3 Cannabis Cultivation Ad Hoc okay with disbanding it? That was Mulhern, which we received a yes from, and then Supervisor Jurdy, are you okay with disbanding that ad hoc?
Yes, because I believe most everything relating to cannabis is now being referred to a standing committee of general government.
Yeah, we started accepting Phase 3 applications in March or earlier this year, so.
And then to follow up on that, we have 2 yeses from the 2 members on the Parks Needs Assessment ad hoc. And then I want to clarify on the EMS Fire Issues ad hoc. Chair Williams, are you okay to continue serving on that ad hoc?
Yeah, Mo had it right. And we have a question from Supervisor Haschek.
Well, I thought our process was to go through the ad hocs and report out of what had happened, and so that we could close them out. And then just looking at these that have been ad hocs for over a year, I mean, is there county council's opinion that ad hocs can go on indefinitely, or what. And with the ad hoc for the fiscal year budget process, I agree. I think that this needs to be a standing committee. It needs to be out in the open and public.
If I may respond to the chair.
Yeah, please.
The rule with respect to ad hoc committees is they do need to be single subject, short duration. And the distinction is that a standing committee is one with ongoing subject matter jurisdiction over a particular topic. Short duration is really not defined, neither in statute or really in any other case law or other authority on point. I believe the closest we've gotten is Attorney General's opinion. I believe that's where we got the language short duration. I can't tell you exactly when it's okay for it to keep going. I would recommend that generally you try to keep them narrowly tailored. So for example, with the budget ad hoc, if you were to have just a general budget committee, I believe that would need to be a standing committee. Now, my understanding on the formation of the budget ad hoc was that it was specifically for the purposes of having two supervisors observe the budget process for the creation of the proposed budget as an educational opportunity without running into Brown Act problems. I think you're okay continuing that divided up for the fiscal years, but you do have to be careful that it's not a committee that all things budget are being referred to or going through. And quite frankly, even if you expand it to having, say, a more active role in developing proposed budget or budget modifications there, we might need to reevaluate. But as it stands, as long as you're keeping it narrow and as long as you're keeping it short, you're generally all right with those sorts of things being ad hoc committees.
Supervisor McGordy.
I just want to comment on the budget committee because I know that Supervisor Hasjack's a little bit concerned about transparency. And what I'm finding with the budget ad hoc is that we're tending to deal more with the problems that we then in turn bring to you. So sort of the uncontested parts of the budget are not really what we typically discuss. We're going into things that we're figuring out, how are we going to make this work? How do we pay? Is it one-time money? What do we do? And that's what generates the discussions that we're seeing on our regular agendas. I don't know if that satisfies you, but that's kind of how it works for me.
Well, when I see, like last week we saw on our agenda that there is a sheet of recommendations coming from the budget ad hoc committee, that kind of looks like it's all encompassing. And so that certainly should be public. And I think that a lot of the discussions according to the budget process would be better off with public scrutiny.
Supervisor Jurdy.
Well, of course, all action can only take place at a board meeting. So that is in public, and that's on televisions, on YouTube, et cetera. So I think it's totally appropriate that we have this. I think it's providing a unique opportunity for two supervisors at a time to understand the budget presentation and dialogue that takes place behind the scenes from department to the executive office budget team, having a little bit of extra insight. And over time, the entire board is going to rotate into that observation and somewhat input role. I think the thing that will keep support on the board for this is over time, if the executive office fiscal team, as they start to flag, okay, here are some decision points for the board that they're going to need to make in open session, and we have a limited number of options in front that are available to the board, that if the executive office fiscal team and the CEO are in constant contact with the other three supervisors and saying, hey, without comment on what other supervisors have said, simply say, here are the things that we're looking at bringing back to the full board in open session. We don't want to blindside you because you're not on the budget ad hoc. As the CEO, I want to get your input on this prior to bringing it to the full board. I think then the proposals that the executive office brings to the full board will be improved, that there will be perhaps less consternation at the board meetings because all 5 board members are more fully aware of the nuances of the proposals that could be adopted by the board. I think if the executive office fiscal team only relies on the 2 board members on the ad hoc for feedback, I think it's going to create some conflict. So hopefully that doesn't happen, and that the executive office fiscal team reaches out to all 5 board members outside of the board meetings.
Supervisor Mulhern.
Thank you. I'm in support of continuing with a budget ad hoc, and I think the conversation really needs to start somewhere before it comes to the full board. And any board member can add items, take away items, and bring whatever they would like forward, even if they aren't on that ad hoc when we have an open meeting of the Board of Supervisors. So I have no objections to continuing that ad hoc.
Okay, that's the majority. So I think, are we done? Can we go to public comment? Is there any public comment online? Raise hand or *9. Any public comment in room? It's back to the board.
So I think we do need, I think we're required to have some sort of report out for each of these ad hocs. So starting at the top, the IT ad hoc, Supervisor Williams, you can add more to this, I'm sure. I think that ad hoc was helpful in working with the issues that the IT department was confronting, and it continues to in terms of implementing new technology, new software with different departments. I don't think there's a particular need for the IT ad hoc to remain at this point, and so I think I think it's concluded its business. What do you want to say about the IT ad hoc?
I think you covered it.
List is McGordy and Hashak.
So we backburnered this. I got it as far as trying to get an advisory group together to actually talk about successful oak woodland ordinances. I have a lot of concerns about ordinances based on individual trees and what looked like a huge workload for the planning department. So I've talked with other UC people who have worked successfully with creating ordinances in other counties, such as Greg Giusti and some of the former Integrated Hardwood Range Program members. So beyond that, we haven't done much because it seems like there's things that are more pressing. However, I still think that this is something long-term that the county needs because oak woodlands are an important resource and ecologically significant. Supervisor Hasjak?
Well, I think there is a need for it. I just, like you said, we were dealing with drought and a lot of other urgent issues. So I would go for disbanding the ad hoc and trying to figure out another way of coming up with this ordinance.
Supervisor.
Yeah, I'd be okay with that as well.
Supervisor Mulhern.
I was going to give a report out on one of my other ad hocs, but it seems like we're just going down the line, so I'll wait.
Yeah. Okay.
So we're not disbanding it, but the ad hoc on tax share agreement, Supervisor Mulhern and I are meeting with the City of Ukiah and City of Willits, which are been designated by Fort Bragg and Point Arena to be the lead on this with us. And I'm meeting with the executive office, various county departments, and we're getting, I think, some good background information. And we have a pretty good outline of a proposal that we're in the process of negotiating. I feel optimistic that we can come back with something, I don't know, in the next 6 months, maybe.
Does that conclude the report out on the tax sharing agreement? Okay, so next would be the ad hoc committee to work with community partners on fire and emergency medical services related issues, and that's Supervisors Mulhern and Williams.
Yeah, so as I described, we're continuing to work on ambulance JPA and issues that the districts are having, getting building permit information from the planning department. And Supervisor Williams, did you have anything else you wanted to add?
Nope, I think you covered it.
Next is the Park Needs Assessment Phase 2 ad hoc. This is Supervisors McGordy and Mulhern.
I'll just repeat what I already said, that we're working on coming up with a funding source or perhaps a membership program. We're working with Visit Mendocino to help us with a campaign to increase use, and also working with partnering agencies to possibly offload some of the properties. And Supervisor McGordy, do you have anything that you want to add?
Next is the ad hoc committee to focus on issues relating to housing countywide, and that's Supervisors Hashak and Jurdy.
Yeah, so I'll just speak for myself. Supervisor Hashak and I have met several times, and we've also participated in a countywide housing summit with the cities in the county. And I think we're okay with disbanding this committee, but we may be requesting to reform a committee next year to follow up on the ideas that are coming out of the housing summit.
And also, we're bringing an item forward on January 24th to deal with some housing issues.
Next is the ad hoc committee to work on county policy or policies to address the local short-term rental crisis. This is Supervisors Williams and Jurdy.
I think our ad hoc does not have an agreed strategy, so I think we're disbanding it.
Yeah, and I would add that one of the things that highlighted to me is there's a lot of demand for housing, and I see in other places where there's demand for housing is created, and something has broken down where we have the demand and builders don't want to build. And, frankly, I think it's we, not just the county, mostly the state, but overall government has made it so difficult to build, so expensive to build, that builders say no thanks and they go elsewhere. And I think that has to be part of the solution, because you're never going to create enough housing stock by banning or regulating the use of the existing. We need to make it easier to build.
Well, the other thing I'd add, which I mentioned at the General Government Committee meeting, requesting that we have something in our legislative platform about this, and that is the federal tax code actually gives substantial tax windfalls to people who purchase property, whether whole or in part, to use as vacation rentals. That does not extend in the same way to people who have long-term rentals. And so really, I think part of the solution with the conversion, to stop the conversion of long-term housing into short-term housing, kind of rests in Congress with changing the tax code to make it less appealing for venture capital to go into converting residences into vacation rentals, because the tax advantages of vacation rentals are so great that I think we're going to continue to see the trend. It's not going to stop unless they change the tax code.
Does that complete the report out?
Yeah.
Next is the ad hoc committee to work on phase 3 cannabis cultivation, and that is Supervisors Jurdy and Mulhern.
The cannabis department started accepting phase 3 applications in March of 2022. And if there were any additional items that the community or the stakeholders wanted to bring forward, they can do that at the GGC. So there's no longer a need for this ad hoc.
Next is the ad hoc committee to work with the executive office to bring back a detailed proposal regarding the transferring of funds into a PARS account. That is Supervisors Jurdy and Hashak.
Well, we got that, the resolution signed and everything for the setting up the PARS account. And I guess with our budget situation currently, we don't have the funds to transfer into the PARS account. So that's where we are with it. But my understanding is it's set up, it's ready to go, and we just don't have the funds ready.
Well, we're investing that $4.5 million in pension reserves in our employees in the form of COLAs, or I should say the pension-related cost of their COLAs.
Next is the ad hoc committee to explore opportunities to support certain state program recipients with vouchers or other mechanisms to reduce cost of household trash disposal, and review options to expand the Adopt a Road program, and that is Supervisors Mulhern and Jurdy.
If you don't mind, Supervisor Jurdy, I'll go ahead and report on a few of those items. So we did find that through our social services department, have opportunities for low-income individuals to have support to pay their household trash disposal. So if somebody thinks that they might qualify that, they should contact social services. We also have an updated Adopt a Road program manual, which I believe has been published to the website, but if not, it should be done shortly. And with the current negotiations through Mindo Recycle, we anticipate that we're going to have a way to have cities and counties be able to pay for and have facilitated illegal dump cleanups. So as far as I'm concerned, this ad hoc can be disbanded.
Yeah, I agree.
Next is the formation of an ad hoc to meet with the lodging industry in cities. This is Supervisors Jurdy and McGorty.
I think we have it done. So you saw a presentation today, and that was kind of the outcome of our discussions. Dan?
It was the outcome of Visit Mendocino's response to our discussions. It wasn't necessarily our proposal, but yes.
So this one is not slated to close, but if there is a report out on the ad hoc committee to work on the fiscal year 22-23 budget process, that is Supervisor Williams and McGorty, if you would like to report out.
This is still ongoing.
I don't. It's not. Go ahead.
I was going to say this is still ongoing. I don't think we're finished yet, and won't be until June. So.
And finally,
it's really hard to finish when the books aren't closed.
Lastly is the ad hoc committee regarding the implementation of the strategic plan, and that is Supervisors Hashek and McGorty.
Well, the strategic plan was adopted, and this ad hoc was to deal with the implementation of it. I think that there have been some steps, and certainly aligning the budget with the strategic plan is a step in the right direction. There were some problems with forming groups and having supervisors directly involved with some of the themes. And the question was around Brown Act compliance for that, and so we got hung up on that part. But I think having a budget that reflects the strategic plan is the right way to go.
I think so as well. We're probably not done. I'm not sure. Again, we're over our year timeline, so I don't know if we need to narrow down our focus and reestablish a different ad hoc that is still in the involved in the strategic plan, but takes on some different tasks than what we've done in the past.
Yeah, I guess what I would like to see is just wrapping it up for now.
Yes.
And then coming back, and if there are specific tasks that we need to see done with the strategic plan, forming an ad hoc to deal with those.
Yeah, I would agree with you on that.
So I don't think the ad hoc needs to continue, but I know that I personally volunteered to work on, I don't know, maybe a fourth of all the working groups, and I've never heard from any of those working groups. So I don't know if they exist, and who were the county staff people who were going to call a meeting.
Well, that was the problem with the Brown Act that I was referring to, was those working groups kind of overlapped each other, and there was so much potential for Brown Act violations that we ended up not going in that direction.
Does that mean because of the Brown Act, we didn't do anything?
Pretty much. So that's why we're going to have to get a little bit more creative. It could be that we have one supervisor take on one subject area, and rather than having two or multiple supervisors, that's something that we need to revisit.
Yeah, I hate to think that we have a lost opportunity here, because I think we had a number of goals that both county employees and county supervisors had identified as important for the county, and it seemed like the working groups was an opportunity for people who don't work in the same department, but who have an overlapping interest in that subject area, could have gotten together and, got out of our departmental silos and worked. So I don't know. I don't understand how the Brown Act is getting in the way of this. It seems like somebody could have sorted through that and solved that problem.
Well, if I could, I think that another issue with that was the staffing of it, and how do we, set it up and have staff really figuring out all the committees and setting up the meetings and everything. And then when we had two supervisors on, such as community safety, then there was conflicts with supervisors who were already working on public safety. There were many conflicts with the Brown Act. So maybe we need to go for one, but we also need the staff time to set it up.
Chair Williams, if I may, Darcy Antle, CEO. I would just like to give a brief update. Yes, we have been working, the fiscal team's been working with the departments to align the budget with the strategic plan. Also, the CEO report is being remodified and will follow the strategic plan goals from the department. So we're expecting to have a monthly report out on those goals in the CEO report. I don't know if we're going to call it a CEO report or newsletter as we modify this, but the next version of that will be aligned with the strategic plan, the pillars, and the priorities. The departments are working on several items already. Homelessness is one. That we have the Heads Up program, that's behavioral health, law enforcement, and probation. So there's some cross-working that's already. There are items on the strategic plan that are complete. So my office and the CEO report has brought that forward last month, and I know behavioral health recovery director, Dr. Miller, brings it forward monthly on what they are doing. So I expect to see more reporting out as we pull this together and kind of look to have a different leadership and follow the strategic plan, excuse me.
All right, can I invite a motion?
I'll move to approve the shuttering of nearly all of our ad hocs as described.
As amended.
Second.
Yep. Is there a second? A roll call.
CEO Antle, I just want to check with the clerk and make sure he has, I believe there's 4, maybe 5 we're leaving open.
So we have disbanding everything but the park needs assessment ad hoc, the EMS fire issues ad hoc, the tax sharing ad hoc, and the budget process ad hoc.
Yes, that's my motion.
Who was the second? Supervisor Mulhern?
Yes.
Supervisor McGordy?
Yes.
Supervisor Hashak?
Yes.
Supervisor Jurdy?
Yep.
And Chair Williams.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Item 4G, discussion and possible action regarding Board of Supervisors standing committees, including 2022 final reports out of committee approval to clear referrals from committee and formation of an ad hoc committee to further review any matters previously referred to as standing committee if necessary. Executive Office.
CEO Antle, in attached, you will see the items referred to the standing committee. 2 are from the executive office, with my name on them, and 3 are from the cannabis, and the cannabis director is here as well if you need further updates. I can speak to GG1, which is the review of contracts for the auditor, controller, treasurer, tax collector, and assessor office. That has been an ongoing work with the auditor, controller, treasurer, tax collector. We have worked on a contract for the outside auditors, and we have worked with Tyler Munis, which is our enterprise system around budget and year-end close. And Client First has been helping us with that process as well. Again, we've been working on the budget, Munis, payroll, all those processing, and helping out how to move her department forward. in the combining of the offices.
Is there any public comment on 4G? That concludes public comment. Back to the board. Don't everyone make a motion at once.
So are we looking for a motion to receive and accept report?
Yeah.
This is Atlas Pearson, Senior Deputy Clerk of the Board. So typically this process involves reporting out from the standing committees for each referred matter, and then clearing those referrals from committee and forming an ad hoc to further review any matters previously referred to the committee. County Council has mentioned that the clearing of each committee might not be totally necessary, and I defer to him if he has anything to say on that front.
County Council.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, and I will say, I'm still looking at some of the specifics. It may be more appropriate rather than creation of an ad hoc from an item that's still with a standing committee to either carry that over to another standing committee of the same composition, or possibly create a distinct standing committee specific for that particular item. As I understand it, the concern, and this is coming in part from a matter that had been raised from past practice. It appears to me that the concern is likely that if you have a change of composition of a standing committee, there's concerns about that being a serial meeting of the full board for the purposes of the item having carried over from the standing committee. I'm not sure that I actually concur with that analysis, but I haven't found exactly where. I have not found the full reasoning behind it, and I've not found anything that's provided a definitive answer just yet. I do think you'll want to report out from these committees, but I do believe that particularly in general government, you've got one item that's going to have some carryover. So depending upon whether or not the board might be changing the composition of general government starting the next year, I may need to look at whether it would be more appropriate for that item to be continued with the standing committee of the same composition, or whether you'd be able to change the composition of the standing committee handling that one item. And I'm sorry, I don't have a definitive answer on that at this point. But I do think you're probably not going to be creating an ad hoc committee of the same composition to be addressing it.
So I can't imagine the general government committee makeup changing for next year. I mean, they're busy with cannabis, and the supervisors Mulhern and Jurdy are doing a great job. Wouldn't it be better to just leave that one alone? Supervisor Mulhern.
Thank you. I did want to do a brief update because I know that is a topic of interest in the community and for the supervisors. Yesterday, the general government did start to have a discussion about the veg modification and what the team members brought forward as potential definitions. Because of advocates' response and not a lot of time for individuals in the community or the general government committee to review the documentation and then the advocates' responses before yesterday's meeting, the item was continued to January. So I did want to report out that that item was continued.
Supervisor Haschek.
Well, I was going to report out on the public health, safety, and resources. You know, the one item that we've been dealing with is the SB 552 and the drought task force. I think that there's lots of requirements from SB 552 that the standing committee is going to have to deal with. We've had 2 meetings so far. We've talked a lot about the water agency and what we wanted to do with it. But I think that with the drought task force, that's a requirement by the state, is that we're going to have to do some specific work in that realm.
Supervisor Jurdy.
Yeah, just going down the list of referrals on the annual review of the legislative platform, we did, Supervisor Mulhern and I at the General Government Committee did offer some input to the draft for next year. And I would just invite all 3 supervisors who are not on the General Government Committee between now and early next year to check in with the executive office if you have any suggestions for changes to the platform. So that could be kind of probably adopted all in one meeting in early next year. Anything else you have for that, Supervisor Mulhern?
No.
And then if we could just go down the list, review of all items relating to cannabis. I don't know, we don't have time for that.
I think the intention is to agendize them throughout the year, and as the board knows, that this committee actually is scheduled to meet monthly in 2023.
And the next two items are also cannabis. So yeah, I think that's the response. Is the General Government Committee is intending to meet monthly next year as an ongoing sounding board on all things cannabis, and maybe a couple of things besides cannabis.
Public comment online. We have Michael Katz.
Good afternoon, supervisors. This is Michael Katz, Executive Director of the Mendocino Cannabis Alliance. I appreciate this conversation today. I would just like to reiterate for the board that previously Supervisor Haschek has indicated his interest in being on the General Government Committee next year. Throughout the last year, Supervisors Haschek and McGorty spent a significant amount of time diving into a substantial number of cannabis issues with stakeholders, with state agencies, and with the MCD, considering that the GGC is now the primary hearing place for cannabis issues, and Supervisors Haschek's deep understanding of this issue, we would appreciate a conversation about the potential of him participating in the General Government Committee next year. I will say that as the vegetation modification conversation was happening at the General Government Committee yesterday, and we are sincerely grateful to the committee for extending that item. We were certainly hoping for some insight to be provided about the intent of the original board that had put that language and procedures in the ordinance at the time. Unfortunately, that information was not shared in a robust way, and so we still have to discuss that. But it is our hope that anybody participating in the General Government Committee related to cannabis will provide as much input and insight as they can based on their history and experience to try and resolve any issues that are existing or that come up. So we would certainly be open to a robust conversation about that from the board. Thank you.
That concludes public comment. Is there a motion?
I'll move to accept the standing committee reports.
I'll second.
Roll call.
Supervisor Mulhern,
Yes.
Supervisor McGorty, Chair
Yes.
Williams,
Yes.
Yeah.
Supervisor.
Yes.
Okay. Motion carries unanimously.
Item 4H, discussion and possible action, including a review of Board of Supervisors directives requiring follow-through from county staff and/or other agencies, and deletion of outdated directives as determined by the Board of Supervisors. Okay, this is sponsored by Supervisor Williams and the Executive Office. I started going through the list, and it stunned me how many of the items, sure, they might be outdated. They were just never done. They were just like put on a list and then we forgot about them. And I didn't feel comfortable necessarily crossing them off because we went through the whole process of getting an agenda item published, discussing, voting or giving direction. It should be a more conscious decision that we're retracting the idea rather than we just never got to it. And I think it also points to if you give staff direction and then a week later give them other direction and then 2 weeks later give them some more direction, eventually you're thrashing staff so much they can never get to all the items. And we need to be a little bit more careful about not creating such a backlog, such a deep queue that items just never get processed. And by the time they get looked at, everybody's scratching their head wondering, what did we mean 18 to 24 months ago when we gave this direction? CEO Antle.
Thank you, Chair Williams. Yes, that's correct. We've gone through this list. There were several that were years old, and we've worked closely with the departments to remove any of those that they have completed or were no longer basically relevant as things have changed in the time since they were created. So I think you have a current list attached and look forward to any discussion that you may have about those items.
Yeah, so just to give you an example, there's one in there that I'm sure was mine. It was about directing staff to formulate a plan for scanning documents so that we're not storing boxes and boxes of paper records that aren't searchable, that aren't accessible to the public. The reason that directive was on there was because I had an agenda item that we passed as a board, 2019, asking that staff do the same thing. And so it's like nothing had happened with that past agenda item. So we then gave direction to follow through on it. And here it is on the list. Now, is it stale? Do we delete it because it's been so long? I don't know. I have mixed feelings. It was a really good idea back then, both times. I still think we should do it. And so maybe it's not for today, but each of us should go through the list and maybe pull out some that are important to us individually that we think would progress the county. And next year we need to make some progress before we come up with new items, new great ideas. Maybe we should start actually implementing some of the great ideas that we already directed. Supervisor Mulhern.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do think this list is a bit embarrassing, that we've had items on there for several years that have not been completed. And I guess my question for you, Mr. Chair, is then are you asking us each to go through and then perhaps at the first meeting in January present our interpretation of which items should be removed rather than going through the list today?
Yeah, I don't feel comfortable going through it today and just mass deleting. We put a lot of effort into this to generate this list. I think we need to give it a little bit more care. And we need it to be a Brown Act compliant discussion. And so one option is we all give the executive office or the clerk our feedback, either items that were ours that we think can be deleted that are stale, or items that we think are important that need to remain, and let staff sort of coalesce that and come back with a proposal. But I don't think the five of us have given it enough attention to just go through and start deleting items today. Supervisor Jurdy.
Yeah, I don't want us to delete any of these today, but just as an example, I mean, it is sometimes the case that supervisors have to bring up an item more than once to get staff to move on something. I mean, I've seen it. So for example, in early 2013, I had an agenda item pointing out that the county's 457 deferred comp plans, and there were about 300 county employees participating, had incredibly high fees. And at the time, the county offered 3 of those plans. It took a second agenda item with the board giving direction a second time to finally get the executive office and the auditor's office to sort through those plans, have a request for proposals, which resulted in us offering a plan that today is saving county employees, thousands of dollars each year in what were previously excessive fees. So, I mean, there's sometimes it just takes persistence on and let the good ideas rise to the top.
So it might also be that we have the wrong process. We have the equivalent of passing around Post-it notes, and maybe it's an electronic document, but it's like, which one is the most up to date and who has it. And maybe we need to use some software to track. Maybe we have tracking software. Perhaps all of the directives should be published at a meeting once a month, so we can see which are becoming stale. I don't think any item should become a year stale without a decision that it's a low priority, in which case maybe we remove it. And I think we're just not tracking. If we do this once a year, it's too easy to lose track of direction. And I mean, what's even a worse possibility is we have staff executing items that are no longer important to us, and we're just burning money and time on stuff that mattered a year ago, maybe is no longer our primary direction. Supervisor Haschek.
One idea that we could do is if each supervisor prioritize their top 5 items from this list. You know, there's so many of them, and if we each had 5, we could really start saying, okay, this is still a very important issue for us, for the county, and that way it would help to prioritize, because otherwise, you know, we see these on here for 2 years and going nowhere. Sometimes.
Yeah, I have more than 5. I don't want to limit myself, but I pick the first 5.
Yeah, certainly we could all pick more than 5, but I'm just trying to limit our, you know, if we're trying to prioritize, let's do it that way.
You know, another takeaway for me was when we give direction, it might be good to ask for an estimate of the time involved. It might be that we're giving direction, you know, that we think is a minor task. It's actually 2 weeks of staff time. And well, of course, nobody's getting to it because we don't have 2 weeks of staff time available. I think it's a mix of we're not doing a good job tracking, and we're not really thinking about the direction we give and what the ramifications are relative to the resources we have. Supervisor McGordy.
What you said, I think, is really true, is that we should take into account what it takes to accomplish some of the things that we want to do, especially things like ordinances, which I think are pretty complicated and potentially pretty expensive. If you think about all the staff time that goes into something that goes through first building and planning and then through county council, and then we have public hearings at board meetings, we really should anticipate some of the costs and you know, have some sort of immediate feedback from staff who could say things like, that's a long path, that's a short path, you know, we've got the resources to do that, we'd probably need some extra help to do that. So get an immediate sense when we give a directive what we're asking staff to do. I think too often we pile work on them and they're very polite and don't say anything, but we're creating unintended havoc with directions.
So, and then for staff, really for CEO Antle, I think it would help supervisors if we could understand which items are being worked on. And I know there's a status field in the list, but I have a feeling it's also stale. There's some that show in progress and some not in progress. What do you think is the best schedule for updating these? Or is there a way to do it in real time where we could just look at tracking software to see what's moving and maybe a tally of how much time is going into the items?
Chair Williams, if I may, I would love a tracking software. It'd be much easier for us, right? But right now we don't have that. I can work with the team to see about doing that. We have reported these out routinely into the CEO report on a monthly basis. Getting the department heads to report back is something that we need to work on, and I do have a meeting with them all tomorrow. I can mention this again because we really need the department heads to you know, add to that progress update as to where they are with it. You can see a few of them are doing so, others where we haven't gotten an update in a while. And I think some of that due to the priorities of the departments. You know, many of the departments have many priorities on their list and it may not suffice to that. So I think we can go back and work with them again on this list and refine it some more for you all. I also need to work with county council on a couple of these that I have concerns about that maybe be outside of the scope of an ad hoc, but we'll work through that too. And we can bring this back, if not the first meeting, the second meeting in January for you to have more input on publicly.
And CEO, instead of having an in progress column, could we have an hours column? And whenever somebody works on that task, increment the hours? Because I think if we saw only an hour's gone in the last year, we might be asking questions. It doesn't need to be assigned to someone with more time. And yet, and if we see an item that it has 100 hours, it might draw our attention that we never expected it to take that long. Maybe we need to revisit and ask why.
Certainly, we can take that direction to add
the
that.
binary state of Yeah, the binary state of in progress or not in progress doesn't give enough visibility into how much work is going into it regularly.
Certainly.
County Council.
Mr. Chair, I just want to make sure you're aware. We may not currently be tracking time in that way, and you may be adding a little bit of additional work to reflect that.
Understood. Maybe it's a good idea though. I mean, if somebody spends 4 hours, just increment the column by 4 hours. I don't think it should take a lot of time to update. If we're talking hours and days, not asking down to the 6-minute increments, but if somebody puts 3 days into an item, it would be great to capture that so the board can see, which department are we utilizing and how much of their time are we utilizing. And I think that may get us closer to a cost. Supervisor McGordy points out with ordinances, the board says, we want to ban something, go do it. We don't know, does that cost $1,000 or does that cost $30,000? So, being able to somewhat track the amount of time going in might give us a ballpark estimate, and it might encourage us to make better decisions going forward about not giving unnecessary direction. These are just ideas, but I think I like the CEO's approach of bringing it back in January. Do we have any public comment? Michael Katz.
Yes, good afternoon, supervisors. Thanks so much for having this conversation and for accepting this comment. Couple of items. One, related to the past directives that have not been implemented. There's a lack of directives that have been previously provided, some I believe even by a board prior to this one, related to further streamlining the cannabis ordinance related to such things as live scans and other items that had been repeatedly directed by the board that have not been incorporated into the ordinance, even when there have been opportunities to do so with other ordinance amendments. So I want to inquire as to where those items have fallen in this sheet, since they don't seem to be there. And if the board has decided that they do not want to proceed with the streamlining of those components because that directive was given. The other item that I would like to point out from this document is not related to the number of directives or which directives specifically, but it's related to some information that was provided on page 4 related to Directive 2106 from March 9th of this year. And the response from the Cannabis Department indicates that the Cannabis Department estimates there will be approximately 200 to 300 farms that make it to annual licensing at the state level. However, we have no way to identify which farms this will be, nor can we identify the size of these farms, making it impossible to determine a projected tax revenue amount. So here we have in black and white, for maybe the first time, specific prediction from the Cannabis Department as to the full carnage that we can expect within our licensed cannabis program. We do not know what information or data the Cannabis Department is basing this information on, but we think it should terrify this board, and that it would be a huge mistake to gloss over this item. And we would really like the board to respond directly to the question, is this something you want to see? Are you all okay with 200 to 300 operators from what was once 1,300 active AG numbers down to this tiny amount? We talked earlier about the economic impacts that cannabis has had in this county, and we are very, very close to losing that for forever, for certainly a very long time, and certainly in the immediate future. And so I would like the board to comment on if they are okay with this information and if they plan to do anything specifically to stop it from happening. Thank you.
Are there any board comments before we move on? Okay, not seeing any. Peter McNamee.
Thank you. I just have a comment from a public standpoint. If the Board of Supervisors is somewhat frustrated about taking actions and directing county staff to follow up with them, and then finding that issues drag on for long periods of time without being reported back showing demonstrated progress. All I can say is your frustration needs to be magnified tenfold by the public's frustration in terms of feeling like there's no clear process other than, electing supervisors and the campaign process. There isn't a real clear process for the public to understand how, if they want to see changes made by the county, that they can advocate for them, see them adjudicated by the board in terms of their merit, and then approved or not approved, and actually implemented with a timeline and a budget so that we know things are getting done on time and on budget in relationship to reforms and changes that the county needs and feels like it needs to approve. So we're as frustrated even more than you by a process that seems not well managed, I guess. Thank you.
Is there any public comment in room?
Yes, there is.
Hello, Kristen Nevedal, Director of the Mendocino County Cannabis Department. I just have a couple questions, and I am somewhat new to the process of responding to directives. So when thinking about tracking directives, a lot of the Cannabis Department directives are ongoing. They turn into programs that we're implementing internally, so we would have to create staff tracking codes for staff other than myself to track the time working on those directives. And then I'm not fully clear who determines that a directive is complete, so I have not been responding to the column that says in process. So a good example of my question is with the report that we were directed to provide monthly. We have been providing that report, but it should probably say in process forever until a report is no longer needed, or perhaps it's completed. So I think there's potentially some guidance that I know I would certainly appreciate as a department head about how to better show progress and or that something is an ongoing program perhaps. Thank you.
Thanks for the feedback. So I think part of the direction or maybe recommendation we should give to the CEO is next year come back with a plan for tooling around tracking, right? Corporations have it. I don't know why local government doesn't. Passing around flat documents is prone to these types of failures. We can't just pull out a document or a spreadsheet and have people updating it periodically and expect that it'll be a meaningful tool to track progress. We need actual tracking software where the CEO can see what everyone in every department is working on, what they're blocked on, how much time is going, and when a project started, maybe even estimates. Let upfront estimate it's a month-long task so that when we see it's 3 months, we can ask why. And asking why is the valuable to gives us better feedback about future direction, and also helps us identify where one department is blocked on another department. Maybe we need resources elsewhere. Maybe we have a bad policy in another department. And I think without that, we're just going to be complaining. And it's like what Peter said: the public is frustrated. The board is frustrated. We don't see that visibility. And I'm sure the employees are frustrated because they don't know which of those tasks to work on, or they feel they're getting blamed for not making progress, yet nobody is really assigned. And there certainly isn't any sort of prioritization in the list. Supervisor Haschak.
Well, thank you, Chair. I don't want to make this a cannabis discussion per se, but with the item that Michael Katz brought up, where it says that, we wanted some ability to project how many people would make it through the cannabis program. And when it says that there'll be 200 to 300 farms, but there's no way to identify which farms this will be, nor can we identify the size of these farms, making it impossible to determine a projected tax revenue amount. So what was that projection? How did the 200 to 300 farms come to be? if we can't identify the farms. And I think that, you know, we've got this $18 million from the state. Our job as a county is to do everything we can to get these people through their state licenses. And so that's our obligation as a bureaucracy.
Well, if I may, through the chair, Kristen Nevedal with the Mendocino County Cannabis Department, and actually director of the Mendocino County Cannabis Department. So that was a rough estimate that I was not aware would be published, but I based that estimate on the number of folks that or applications that are still prioritized. So we have approximately 300, just shy of 300 applications that are still prioritized because they have paid all of their cannabis taxes and they have a state license. And there's the addition of annual permits that are still prioritized. I think 100% of the folks who are prioritized are unlikely to receive a license because there is parameters in the ordinance that folks have to meet in order to qualify for an annual permit. A lot of the permits issued had not previously undergone environmental review. We're conducting that now. Not all issued permits, I imagine not 100% of them will be eligible for renewal. So it's an estimate, but I think it's an application process, and our job is to implement the ordinance and make sure that we aren't issuing permits to folks who don't qualify, and hopefully the vast majority of the folks who are prioritized for review do qualify for an annual permit.
Thank you.
Supervisor Hatchek, I want to add on to that. I think that the board has been somewhat split over time on, does everyone deserve to get through? If they tried, does that mean they should get through? And, you know, it's a philosophical discussion. Some believe the county set up an ordinance that has very specific rules. If those rules are followed, it's ministerial. The applicant should get approved. A lot of the applicants haven't followed the rules. They don't meet the criteria. It's kind of like you go to the DMV to get a driver's license and you take the drive test and you just blow it. You drive through stoplights and you don't stop at the intersection and you don't know how to operate the turn signal. Should you get your driver's license? Should everyone who tries to get a driver's license be issued? A lot of people say, no, you have to follow the rules. So we have an ordinance that a lot of the applicants didn't understand in detail what they had to do. Maybe they have a property that's incompatible. And I think if you ask staff, if you ask county council, you'll hear there was never an expectation that 100% of applicants would make it to the finish line. The ones who have compatible properties, compatible projects, follow all the rules, submit accurate paperwork, they should get through. So, I don't think it's really fair to ask a department head exactly how many and which ones will be successful. It depends if the applicants follow through.
Well, I guess that's what we ask as a directive in, March of 21. So anyway, we did ask that.
I just think we asked a question that's not reasonable. There's no way for a department head or anyone in the county to know, will applicants make good and get through a process? Supervisor Mulhern.
Thank you. I'm sorry, is public comment done? I just want to move on to process so we can move forward.
I think public comment, we have Michael Katz, but didn't he already speak?
Yes, he did.
Yeah.
Okay, so just in terms of process, I want to thank the team and the CEO's office because the directives are included in the CEO's report, and any supervisor can flag that for comment during a public meeting whenever they would like to. So I do appreciate that. Annually, we review the directives, and that's our opportunity to either ask that something be removed, ask for an update, or what have you. So I do think that some things have been updated. So I guess my question is the process going to be that tomorrow the CEO is going to speak at the department head meeting, ask that everyone update their directives, and then the board can note or flag the items that they think either, should be removed or ask for an update on for the next meeting? Or should we go ahead as board members and flag those items and then take it to the department heads to ask them to be present at the meeting if there's specific questions or items that we want removed? It would seem to me that that because they are generally board directives and did come from this board, the process would make sense that I believe it was mentioned that each board member would go through that list, provide it to the clerk of the board or the executive office. They would somehow either pare down the list or at least present it in some type of agendized form so that we can have the discussion at an early meeting in January.
Yeah. Agreed. Is there any disagreement? CEO, did we provide enough feedback?
I was just going to ask for further clarification. So to your point, Supervisor Mulhern, the items, you all will review those. I will mention this discussion to the department heads tomorrow, but you will be reviewing those items and providing feedback. Currently, those directives clerk records them and they come to the executive office. So they would come to the executive office and then we would update those directives and bring it back in January.
Yeah, that's my request. I think at this point, I think to streamline the conversation that we can have, hopefully you'll end up with some supervisors in consensus for removing specific items, and we'll get this list pared down, and then we'll be able to have a conversation about the items that are left. And if not, then we can have a public debate about why the items should stay based on an individual supervisor's desires.
Ready to move on? Item 4I, discussion and possible action, including direction to staff regarding presentation of Mendocino County's fiscal year 2022-23 budget status. Executive Office.
Chair Williams, CEO Antle, maybe we take a 5-minute break while the team comes into the chambers. And once we start this item, it may go longer. So give everybody a quick break before we launch in.
Okay, on break until about 2:50.
Ten-minute break then. Thank you.
CEO, do you want to jump back to 5A now or after budget?
We can do 5A now.
Okay. Item 5A, approval of retroactive agreement with the 12th District Agricultural Association in the amount of $100,000 for purpose of providing a location for COVID-19 testing and vaccination facility during local, state, and federal emergency that is the COVID-19 pandemic, effective April 1st, 2022 through February 28th, 2023. Sponsored by Public Health.
CEO Antle, this is a resolution we're bringing forward for you today to approve this amendment. It's been it's a bit behind in its renewal, so we're bringing it forward for approval so we can pay the Fairgrounds for the work that we've been doing there, and we propose to end this on the day that the state governor has declared the end of the pandemic.
So I have a question. What is the source of the $100,000?
This is Acting Deputy CEO Sarah Pierce. It will be paid through a grant from Public Health.
A state grant?
Yes, I believe so.
And who owns the Fairgrounds? The state?
Correct.
So the state is paying the state courtesy of a retroactive agreement passed by this board? Supervisor Jurdy?
Yeah, so maybe staff is already working on this. I just, my own personal observations is that it's pretty easy these days to get your COVID vaccination at the local pharmacy. My last several have been at the local Fort Bragg Rite Aid. And and I'm not seeing long lines. So I guess my question, and again, maybe staff's already working on this, but it just seems like if they're not seeing, and I don't know, but maybe if they're not seeing huge lines at the Fairgrounds, it seems like with all of our empty county buildings, the Veterans Hall in Ukiah, the Veterans Hall in Fort Bragg. I mean, I remember as a kid getting vaccinations a couple times at the Veterans Building in Fort Bragg, and as I think back, it was probably a county nurse that probably gave me the vaccination for flu or whatever. It just seems to me that wouldn't it be a better use of our funds, i.e. state funds, to pay the county rent for our buildings, which we currently have very little rental income, our empty veterans buildings, et cetera. So anyway, so I'm just hoping that we're looking at redirecting those revenues to county buildings if this program of the state is going to continue, because they don't need to sit empty and have roofs that need replacing. It'd be better to put them to some public positive use and receive some rental income from their use.
How many tests do we anticipate performing between now and the end date for the $100,000? I guess I'm looking at what does it cost per test? Do we have high volume?
If I may, through the chair, CEO Antle, I'm not quite sure. Janelle Rao just joined. I'm not quite sure if she has those numbers. I do not have those numbers, but it is definitely a goal and has been a goal of public health to relocate to the Doris Street address for a clinic on site. There's a little physical work that needs to be done, but that clearly is a goal. And I believe this lease says no later than February 28th. So if there's opportunity to get that site cleaned up and move forward and have the dedicated staff, I believe we can do that.
Director Rao?
Yeah.
Through the chair, Janelle Rao, General Services Agency Director. I don't necessarily have specifics on the numbers that we're seeing there, although that was requested from the department because it was a concern with the amount we're actually paying. As noted by CEO Antle, a direction of this board was to evaluate space at the Public Health Doris Street facility. If the direction of the board is to move that up on the priority list, we most certainly can take a look at that space. We've walked through it. I don't see, based on the surface, that it's any different from an operational capacity than what you're seeing at the Fairgrounds for the vaccination purposes.
How many tests do you see us giving at the Fairgrounds?
Again, we asked for that from the department, but I don't have those actual statistics in front of me. It's something we could return to this board with, maybe in the next CEO report, to give you some idea of the volume we're seeing. But again, we wrote this lease with the intention and per the direction of the CEO so that there is an out clause. Now, that's only through February 2023. That doesn't mean that we couldn't do it sooner.
So I guess as a state taxpayer, I have mixed feelings. It's the state paying itself. And so maybe it's just a wash. Maybe it's free use of the building in a sense. It's moving from one budget category to another. But, $100,000 for a facility that may not be performing much at all. When I drive past, I don't see any activity there. And I can't help but wonder, what is it per vaccination or per test at $100,000? But like I said, maybe it's not real money because it's the state paying itself. Supervisor Mulhern.
I'd like to approve the recommended action and direct staff to transition to a county-owned building as quickly as possible.
Is there a second?
Second.
Public comment? Not seeing any. Roll call.
Can I clarify who the seconder was?
Supervisor Hashak.
Okay. Supervisor Mulhern?
Yes.
Supervisor Jurdy?
Yes.
Supervisor Hashak?
Yes.
Chair Williams?
Yes.
And Supervisor McGorty?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay. Now we're on the budget item. Item 4I by the Executive Office on fiscal year 2022-23 budget status.
CEO Antle. I'd like to start with the introduction. As directed by this board on December 6th, the Executive Office is presenting today the additional funding considerations with values as noted. The Executive Office is concerned the county does not have a balanced budget until Auditor, Controller, Treasurer, Tax Collector finalizes and closes fiscal year 21-22. In this workshop, the fiscal team is presenting some future obligations with long-range funding opportunities. Today, however, we would like to move closer to a balanced budget for fiscal year 22-23 with those funding resources. I would fully expect to have monthly budget workshops with this board for fiscal year 23-24 once the Auditor, Controller, Treasurer, Tax Collector finalizes the budget for fiscal year 21-22. At this time, I'll turn over the start of the presentation to Acting Deputy CEO Sarah Pierce.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors, CEO Antle, Sarah Pierce, Acting Deputy CEO. So the first is the presentation outline. We're going to go over a FEMA update, some future needs and future funding considerations, and then our current funding needs and current funding considerations for the end of fiscal year 22-23. So going on to the COVID FEMA update, I know there's a lot of information on this slide, so I'll not read it all, but the Executive Office would like to clarify a few points from last week's meeting. The first point being that there will be an additional project submitted after all other projects are obligated. This will be for the direct admin costs and can be up to 5% of our total expenses, which is about $928,000. The second thing we would like to clarify or give some more information on is a portion of the COVID expenses were paid from the employees' home budget units, and some expenses were paid from a public health designated reserve and then transferred to disaster recovery's budget unit. So not all expenses were borrowed from the Treasury as noted last week. And then lastly, after last week's meeting, we reached out to the Auditor, Controller, Treasurer, Tax Collector and asked about the interest. The following is a recap of the response from the Auditor, Controller, Treasurer, Tax Collector. So if there's additional questions, I think it would be best if we could ask Auditor, Controller, Treasurer, Tax Collector Cubbinson if she could clarify. So the Disaster Recovery Fund was created in 2018 after the Redwood Complex fire to hold FEMA obligated funds until projects were completed and until a determination could be made if the funds should be returned to the general fund, and after retaining a portion for an audit reserve or for future disasters. And this process can take many years, as we still have not closed out the FEMA projects for the 2017 Redwood Complex fire. Therefore, the Disaster Recovery Fund was set up for deficit spending, so no interest is charged. So I'll pause there, and if there's any questions.
Not seeing any.
Okay, so then I'm going to turn it over to Acting Deputy CEO Tim Holman.
Good afternoon, Supervisors, Chair Williams, County Council Curtis, if he's on there, CEO Antle, Acting Deputy CEO Tim Holman. Right now you have a slide before you just showing a handful of our future needs that we've been able to identify. Compaction alignment, as was discussed at the last meeting, is showing that we will probably have an impact of approximately $4.5 million for both the changing in the alignment as well as just a fixing of the allocation table. We're also looking at about $5 million of ongoing annual expenses for the jail. That is the current estimate. The capital improvement plan is currently showing $175 million, but with the facility's condition analysis getting ready to be completed, it is estimated that that will double. The ITMP is showing $7 million, but again, as that was described by Tony Rakes at the last meeting, that will be changing annually as they review it. For diversity, equity, and conclusion, so far we have not implemented that program, so our costs are unknown. For a safe and healthy county, keeping in alignment with our strategic plan, Parks is showing that there is a need for $7.6 million for upgrades and ongoing maintenance. For a thriving economy, broadband, the costs are still unknown as they continue to roll out the middle mile framework at the state level. Are there any questions on this right now?
It's not a question, sorry, Mr. Chair, thank you. It's not a question so much as a statement. I mean, I think that it's known that these expenses will need to be stretched out over time. I mean, besides the annual costs of the jail, we know that we don't have funding to invest in parks in a meaningful way, certainly not a $7 million way. So I think that as we have this conversation, it's important to have level-headed expectations about what our capital improvement actual expenses are going to be. And certainly $175 million is a very shocking number. It's nobody's expectation, well, hopefully it's nobody's expectation in this room that we're going to spend that much money in a year or even 10 or 20. So I just think as not that we have any reporters watching us, but if we did, I mean, I think it's important to level expectations. And when people in the community are just picking up on a PowerPoint or not really paying attention to the board conversation, and we have slides like this, it's a big shock factor, but it's not really an accurate picture or representation of what we're doing with our budget. So that's more of a statement than a question. Thank you for allowing that.
Thank you. Moving on. All right, future funding considerations. We can consider decommissioning buildings. Right now we're showing the animal control on the coast at about $100,000. Also the possibility of decommissioning or transitioning any of our parks. Considering looking into the surplus vehicles. Any vehicles that are currently getting less than 6,000 miles on them annually, we can go through and take a look at those. Right now, we've on a high level identified 126 vehicles that are utilizing less than 6,000 miles, excluding any vehicles from DOT. The average annual maintenance cost per vehicle for the county is about $5,000 per vehicle. We are looking at a potential annual savings by reducing the fleet of $630,000, and that is annually. Consider utilizing telework capabilities to reduce space needs. Right now, we're looking at it for anyone that is who works 3 days or less in the office, going ahead and splitting their duties and producing hot desks. Within the executive office, we have already started implementing that with some of our staff. Considering consolidating the 24/7 dispatch operations, which are currently set separately between the sheriff's office, the city of Ukiah, the city of Willits, and maybe combining those operations in order to see an efficiency in cost. Consider eliminating boards and commissions that are not required. Of course, we can always take a look at that at a future date with the board. County is committed to convene a workshop with at least 2 representatives from each bargaining unit to review and discuss options, solutions to reduce the increasing costs of county's health insurance plan. Of course, the insurance plan has been discussed quite heavily here today, and future dialogue would be great. And then, of course, we have the future certificates of participation, those bonds, as well as the pension obligation bonds coming up in the next few years. So in 2027, the pension obligation bonds will come to term, and in 2030, the certificates of participation from 2012 will also come to term. We will be looking at a savings involved with that, but we also be looking at a certain cost that will be not be eliminated behind the scenes, because we'll continue to need to be paying forward some of the obligations that we are seeing within our pension. But at this time, we have not identified that amount.
Supervisor Jordy with a question.
Just back to that slide. I think everything on this slide needs to be looked at very seriously and pursued. And on the coast, animal control on the coast, at different times, depending on who the county employee was that was looking into that project, they either concluded it was cheaper to operate it or cheaper to close it down, or so I'm just saying the board has over the years received conflicting information based on the different analysis the different people did. So I'd be really interested to hear, now that animal control is back over at animal services, maybe the math works out differently for closing that than it did in the past when it was under the sheriff's office. I know that the previous CEO had concerns with the sheriff employees who were going around collecting dogs and then maybe dropping them off there when there wasn't anybody staffing that, and what the potential liability was if the dog was left unattended overnight, type of thing. So those issues, I think, can get worked out, but I think they just weren't, and that's why we have what we have at the moment. On the consolidation of dispatch service, I think I think there probably is a role for the supervisors, maybe an ad hoc committee working with the cities to get both the city councils and the board and the elected sheriff and the chiefs of police all on one page. I think there's an opportunity. I don't think people should be very far apart on this issue. I think everybody's looking to save money, and it seems like a no-brainer. And then on the consolidation of commissions and boards, one alternative to saving money is, while we might in some cases be able to eliminate boards and commissions that are not required, there may also be the opportunity to essentially have the same people serve as multiple boards. So for example, I think it's the Juvenile Justice Commission right now, they also serve as effectively a different board, or this board serves as the county air district and as the library. It's like there may be ways of reducing the number of meetings that get noticed and agendized and staffed by just consolidating people so that they serve on multiple boards, and those boards meet concurrently all at the same afternoon.
All right, thank you.
Supervisor Haschak.
Yeah, looking at the surplus vehicles that drive less than 6,000 miles per year, it seems like an easy one to say, yeah, that's a great idea, excluding the Department of Transportation. But I was wondering about those 126 vehicles, like how many are in ag or, other departments that they really are necessary, even though they don't get a lot of miles on them. They might be used just for specific purposes. And so I'd love to say, oh yeah, let's save $630,000. I just wonder what the real implications of that are.
Director Rowell.
Thank you, through the chair, Janelle Rao, General Services Agency Director. The 126 was just a raw number, with the exclusion of DOT and also the sheriff's office and jail. So those 126 are just raw data of those vehicles driving less than 6,000 miles per year. That being said, we can take it and drill it down a bit further. As noted by Supervisor Haschak, there are some operational mandates for some of the other operating departments, and you would also need to consider your other public safety operations, the district attorney, the public defender, probation, because those do require some sort of transport vehicles. What I would suggest, or if the board were considering, is to give some direction to staff to reduce the fleet, and it could be by a percentage. There are some that are most definitely underutilized. There are most definitely those that are perhaps driven on trips that could be condensed and used within their allocated pool without having as many in their assigned pool. And I believe I hope I didn't leave out probation, but probation and juvenile hall are also included in the public safety. And I did run those numbers to give the board a more thorough idea. So if you looked at, of the 127 vehicles that reported, the number of that total 127 that are general fund are 74. If you take out the additional public safety departments that I mentioned, as well as internal support departments, you would be looking at only about 35 vehicles that would be available for some sort of reduction. But again, that number could fluctuate.
I don't think supervisors want to give an arbitrary percentage because we don't know what the impact will be. Could you come back with a proposal that reduces the fleet without impacting services?
100%.
Supervisor McGordy?
Going back to consolidating our dispatch operations, so I know that some counties also work with CAL FIRE, and we do have CAL FIRE dispatch. Is that a possibility of using CAL FIRE as also somebody who could work with the cities to dispatch emergency calls?
Yeah, so Supervisor McGordy, it's possible, but there are a lot of examples of mixing fire, EMS, and law enforcement dispatch where it hasn't been a good outcome. And so I think we need to be really careful about letting the sheriff lead the direction. You know, we're there to support him, and together we can save money. But I don't think we want to have the board direct the sheriff on mixing different types of dispatch unless he's supportive of it on his own.
Sure, no problem. I'm curious because this is a world not familiar to me, so I just wondered I know that takes place in other counties, and I just wondered if that's been looked at in Mendocino and dismissed as not really feasible.
Chair Williams,
you'd have to, yeah.
No, go
CEO.
ahead. Go ahead.
I was going to say you would have to not just convince the sheriff, but you would also have to convince EMS and fire. And I think that might be a hard battle. Maybe we start the process by giving direction that we want to see consolidation. We want a JPA of some sort, but leave it up to the sheriff and the law enforcement community to come back with a proposal. I'm saying this having learned kind of the hard way that I think with our elected sheriff, it's better if we recognize his autonomy and see if there's a way he can bring us a plan that we can support. CEO?
Chair, through the chair. Yeah, we are asking today that if this board is in agreement, this was a pretty short turnaround for the executive office to come back from just last Tuesday and get everything compiled and published. So our goal with this slide is if this board is in agreement, we will obviously come forward with more detail on each one of these items. If this board's in agreement with that, these are all options that can be put on the table. One of the comments in the last week's meeting was, throw the spaghetti on the wall. So that's kind of what we've done here. So if you're in agreement with these for future funding, we will definitely work with Ms. Rao and the sheriff and the other departments here to see what we can do to save into the future.
Jordy?
Yeah, I believe that probably hundreds of county employees have their own ideas in addition to these, and I support looking at all these. So I just hope that any direction we give would be open so that if any county employee submits an idea, whether it's anonymous or with their name on it, to the executive fiscal team or to their department, that it could also be pursued. For example, I think it probably would make sense for the board to just generally give a direction to staff that if staff identifies a revenue source that they think can be increased, that they would also look at that. Not that they can't do it. We can't always increase revenues without voter approval. But if there are revenue increasing opportunities, that at least those be pursued or evaluated as part of this process. So I would nominate that some general direction like that be included in here as well.
Check.
Yeah, with the parks on there, and I know that ad hoc is working on the parks issue, but we've been working on it a long time, and each time we're in a budget crisis, this issue comes up, and we look at it, and then we kind of kick it down the road. And obviously, we're not going to get out of the current financial mess by selling off parks next week. But unless we take a real step forward and make some decisions about where we want to go with them, we're going to be in this situation next year and the following year. And so I would like that the ad hoc committee really come back within the next couple months with a proposal of how do we deal with the parks, and how do we meet the obligations that we have, keep parks for the people, and lessen the liability that the county has.
Mulhern.
Thank you. That wasn't going to be my comment, but I will comment on that. I think for me, one of the things, a lot of the expenses that we currently don't have budgeted and are an issue in the parks is the liability, and a lot of that has to do with trees. I mean, our entire county now has a disaster ordinance for tree mortality, and I think maybe that's a conversation with Risk and GSA and the Parks Committee about what is our realistic liability and how much of those expenses are necessary and how many of them can be planned expenses over a period of time while we continue to seek grants, and maybe remove some of those dollars from the equation. But I think that could be something that the Parks Committee considers. I've just been thinking about the way that we're presenting this item to the public, and again, how it's essentially reported on. And I think it is a little bit challenging the way perhaps that the slide deck is laid out. And I wondered if it would be possible for the team, and I might be asking for some kind of crazy graphic design here, hopefully I'm not, but to evaluate things on a timeline. What year is the jail going to be done? And then we're going to have that money that we're not going to be paying for pension obligation bonds. So if the jail is done in 2025, and we know that in 2027, we would essentially have about $7 million. So that's a 2-year gap that we would have to come up with, right? Otherwise, we know that perhaps starting in, the board could say that in 2027, we're going to use that funding to fund that. I mean, I think a timeline of these future funding considerations might be helpful for the board in evaluating our decisions and trying to really give thoughtful responses to some of these.
It's a good idea. Do you want that as a direction, Mo, or just a suggestion?
Well, I don't want to provide a direction that staff can't do. So I would like to make sure that that's something the executive office thinks is feasible or would be helpful. And if I'm the only supervisor that thinks that a visual, timeline might be more helpful, then I'm fine with yielding. But if other supervisors think that would be helpful to the public, then I would like to ask that happen.
I think it's part of a multi-year budget planning, right? You're talking about, we focus one fiscal year to the next, but we never project 3, 5, 10 years out. And I know there's a way to do it visually. Maybe we don't have to give staff direction. Maybe they could look for best practices on multi-year budgets. Maybe our software can generate that. I don't know that if it has a visual representation, but it would be better to use existing tools. CEO, is that a suggestion you could take?
Chair Williams, that's certainly our goal, and I tried to clarify that before, that we really didn't have time to turn all this around within a week. So we were trying to focus on 22-23, the current year that we are in. And I think you've heard us before say we want to get to a 3 to 5 year budget process. So certainly it's our goal, and give us a little more time, and we can definitely get that work done.
Okay, and then I would like to add an item to this list. It's banning paper. I know we only spend $85,000 per year on paper, but add in the cost of the copiers, the printers, the toner, the repairs, filing the paper, the time it takes to find the paper when there's a PRA, and probably work that gets duplicated because nobody knows it's already done because the file is in a box stuck in a closet somewhere. CEO, is that something we could do, ban paper? And maybe there's some extraordinary situations where it has to be a wet signature and it has to be on paper. But I envision you coming up with a paper tax. Maybe it's $10 a page, sort of like carbon trading, so that there's an incentive to use digital. Why are we an organization that needs $85,000 per year of printing?
CEO Antle, certainly some of that has to do with the disbursement of our locations and how we communicate with each other. And again, some of those are needed to be filed in paper, as you mentioned. But it is, again, a goal of Director Rowell's and really Heather Carell-Rose in RISC has been leading on becoming a paperless county. So definitely that's something we're working on and continue to move forward with. Janelle would have to speak to the expenses of the printers, toners, and the shredding, as that is an ongoing expense and is quite large at times too.
Is Director Rowell?
Just real quick, we do have a contract, an ongoing contract with Toshiba Business Services for our copier maintenance. Currently, we have a fairly effective contract with them, but we're in it for another few years. Because of COVID and the reduced copying that we saw during those periods, I would foresee we're going to extend that agreement that we're under, meaning we don't need to renew our fleet. We're going to use this fleet that we have as long as we can. And at the same time, if we take a look at reducing the number of copies we're making, we can also potentially look at reducing the number of copiers we have in our fleet. The dollar amounts, I could come back with the board and work with the executive office on what that looks like. We are through the period of where we were leasing these copiers for the most part. For the first 3 years of the contract, we're now beyond that, so we're paying for maintenance only for the majority of our copiers. But I most certainly can come back with the dollar amount that we could equate to some savings if we eliminated printing.
Could you include a time study on filing of paper?
I most certainly can. I do. I think I might even have that in another return, an ROI calculation we've done in other instances for efficiencies. But most differently, I can walk through just as an example on an average weighted rate for an employee and the filing timeline.
Thank you. Supervisor Jordy.
Yeah, I just wanted to speak up in support of what Supervisor Mulhern talked about in terms of sort of a visualization of a multi-year budget strategy, and that the executive office I know is wanting to work on that. And just to add to that, I think in that long-term, 3 to 5 year strategy, we ought to be looking at target dates for milestones on bringing the property tax collections up to date. Whether it's and then on top of that, then there's and then doing discovery using satellite data to identify buildings that are not on the tax rolls, with target dates for those performance measures, and then over at the treasurer's office, I'm not going to call them audits because most treasurer's offices are not going to audit the vast majority of lodging operators, but they will do sort of aggressive challenging of the operators to make sure that the operators can verify to someone who's not a CPA that yes, in fact, what they're remitting is pretty darn close to what they actually collected from the guests. And we know that hasn't happened for a few years now from the treasurer's office. So I think those are a couple big items for our general fund. You know, I would not be shocked within 5 years we could see upwards of $6 or $7 million a year in additional general fund dollars from those two sources if those things were to happen in the next 3 to 5 years.
And then last on funding / revenue, do we have a plan yet to collect the more than $7 million of cannabis tax that has not been collected? Or are we just deciding to give that away?
CEO Antle, I would ask that be directed to Auditor Controller. I'm not quite sure that she's on, Treasurer Tax Collector.
I see her, Auditor Controller Tax Collector Cubison. Can you share your plan or your vision for the $7 million of cannabis tax that has not been collected? I'm worried that eventually it won't be collectible.
Good afternoon, Supervisors, Auditor, Controller, Treasurer, Tax Collector, Shamice Cubison. You know, I think there's been some kind of conflicting direction as to whether the board is going to consider any reductions to the penalties and interest to try to encourage people. I mean, it's kind of vacillated between, you know, we should be really aggressive or we shouldn't be aggressive in terms of the back tax collection, and whether it's even being enforced that people be current on their tax in order to be in the program for licensing or not. And I think Supervisor Mulhern was maybe going to reach out to the Assistant Treasurer Tax Collector to get a little bit more information on that. So we're not aggressively pursuing that at this point. We're also still trying to fill positions, and I think we do need a little bit more direction from the board as to how aggressive and whether you want to discuss any possible incentive or amnesty or reduction of anything in order to encourage people to pay. But it's very difficult for us to go after those collections more aggressively than we already have due to the type of tax it is.
And today, do we send out bills regularly showing the back tax?
I'm sorry, I wasn't prepared to answer that question today, so I don't know how frequently we do.
And maybe for County Council, since we're all here, it's my understanding that this tax was passed by the people and that the board has no discretion on reducing or eliminating past taxes. Is that accurate?
No, not necessarily. So the voters authorized a maximum amount of tax. There's also a provision in the ordinance that explicitly authorizes the board to make some modifications within certain limits. So there may be issue. The question as to past taxes may be a little bit different than as to future taxes.
Just for clarification, my question is entirely about the back taxes.
Okay. We might have to look at that a little bit more, but usually once the taxes are due and payable, you have to go through a certain analysis for under what conditions it may be appropriate to not pursue a certain fee or to waive certain penalties and interests. I don't know that you're completely without an ability to waive all penalties and interest or to delegate that. There's, for example, some structures built into the property tax laws to allow some waivers as part of payment arrangements if that'll sort of induce payment in compliance. But we need to review for the back taxes. We need to review that a little bit more.
Supervisor Jurdy.
Well, so on that point, I don't know if County Council could give us clarification on this, but we know that there were a number of people who moved into Mendocino County for the green rush, bought property, cultivated large amounts of cannabis, got out of the business, and are now selling off their properties. If they owe back taxes, is there any ability of the county to collect the taxes, if only as like a deed restriction, or not a deed restriction, but like as a lien on their property? Because if they're in the process of exiting the county right now, we may be seeing their backsides right now and not the payment.
Yeah. So I don't remember the full range of tools that you have in the ordinance off the top of your head. I don't think this is one that goes on secured roll, so I don't think you already have a tax lien, the advantages of a super priority lien there. But the tax collector may have the ability to go ahead and we'd have to look at it a little bit more as to whether the tax collector would have the ability to impose these liens on their own. It may be that you'd have to initiate an enforcement action, then reduce that to a judgment lien, and then have those recorded against the properties, which may be a challenge at scale.
Supervisor Haschek.
Yeah, as far as the penalties and interest, what I'm hearing is a lot of people have these penalties and interest that are built up and they increase dramatically, and so they just kind of give up on paying the base tax. And so I think that maybe the General Government Committee could look at, waiving it like we do in other cases, like County Council said, and it might be in our benefit to waive some of those penalties and interest so that we can get at the base tax and get people back on track, because the economy has, bottomed out for the cannabis industry. But also a question for Auditor, Controller, Treasurer, Tax Collector Covison is that, there's also talk about the supplemental taxes for property. And are we on track to collect those, or what is the situation with that?
So, Auditor, Controller, Treasurer, Tax Collector, Shanice Covison. So we are working with Aumentum Technology still on the property tax system. We are hoping to move forward with some of those other processes. And there was a meeting I wasn't able to attend because I was on the board meeting this morning, working with them to have them hopefully prove out to us that some of those other processes actually work before they take staff through it, because we've run into challenges with the software vendor leading us through processes and then finding that they don't actually work. So we're kind of trying a different approach and asking them to prove it out themselves and then walk us through once they can determine that those processes are functioning as intended. So we've been, kind of trying some different approaches because it's been using up a lot of staff time in the validation of that property tax conversion process. So IT has been working with their management to try to come up with a process that is not quite so burdensome on county staff to prove the functionality is there so that we can move forward with those processes. So we are hoping, but it's not one of those things that I would guarantee, but we're hoping that in January, we'll be able to move forward with some of those supplemental and correction processes that we're asking them, like I said, to prove out to us. But unfortunately, we kind of run through about a 2 to 3 week blackout period with them because their holidays for them are not scheduled all in one, consistent time frame. So we kind of lose time right now during the holidays with them for effective testing.
Well, thank you for that answer. And do you have any idea about how much money is out there in the supplementals?
Honestly, I don't know what the quantity is. We've been obviously hearing mostly about people who want refunds, which is, taking money back out as opposed to adding money in. And I'm sorry, I don't have a quantified dollar amount for the supplemental, upward corrections that may be pending.
Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Mulhern.
Thank you. I did want to comment that it is planned with the MCD that the general government will take up the tax conversation, as Auditor, Treasurer, Tax Collector mentioned, so that we can start having those conversations with the stakeholders and come up with a strategy and a plan to bring to the full board. We opted to start the veg mod clearing conversation first and then to take that up in 2023. I had a question for Supervisor Jardy, and I probably also might be IT and Auditor, Treasurer, Tax Collector Covison. You mentioned that you think there's somewhere in the tunes of millions of dollars that may be out there that we're not collecting. What pieces are we missing in order to collect that? Is that software problem with Aumentum? Is that a contract with a vendor that will do the audits with the hoteliers? Like, what pieces are we missing?
So this is my opinion only. So on the TOT front, I would be surprised if we're not under collecting. We're collecting $8.5 million in transient occupancy tax from the unincorporated county outside the cities. I would be surprised if we're under collecting by about $1 million a year. And here's my reasoning. A few years ago, maybe 5-6 years ago at this point, the board asked the treasurer, so Sherry Schattmeyer, to use software, and she found software that got them screenshots of Airbnb and other platforms to identify what the nightly rate and generally kind of got an impression of the occupancy of these different small lodgings. And over a 3-year period, they brought in about $1 million of new revenue. But that took place at a time where there was a revenue specialist in her office who today is the now elected treasurer of Lake County. I have not personally observed anybody being nearly as aggressive as he was in that office since then. And so, and about 2.5 years ago during COVID, because we were not wanting to put the pressure on the lodging operators to pay up during COVID when there was an actual lockdown, she canceled that contract. So that contract hasn't been in existence for 2 or 3 years. And so hopefully I believe it is on the to-do list of the new treasurer to resume that or some variation of that contract. I think you couple that with an aggressive revenue specialist, maybe it's 2 people in that office, and again, they using that data, using letters to both Airbnb operators, the vacation rental operators, and honestly, the larger hotels who haven't been audited, as I understand it, since there was a retirement in that department maybe 5 or 6 years ago. I don't believe any of the lodging, even the traditional, have been audited by the auditor's office for at least 5 years. So I think for all those reasons, and finally because from the smallest to the largest, all the hotel, all the Airbnb operators, they all have at their disposal dynamic pricing. So basically, as the airlines have been doing this for years, so the software says, oh, we've got a certain occupancy this far out, the next booking is going to be at a higher rate because they know the demand's there. So the software is basically juicing, getting them more revenue per night on average. And so so for all those reasons, I believe that if there was aggressive staffing in the treasurer's office with the right people in the revenue specialist position with that software, I think they could pull in, I'd be surprised if it's not $1 million on the TOT side. Then and by the way, we've also brought in the campgrounds. Even though we're giving 100% of that money to the fire departments, it was estimated by an individual in the community plus the new treasurer in Lake County that tax would bring in $1 million a year. Those campgrounds had never been audited. They're bringing in $700,000. I suspect an audit of those campgrounds would show that they're collecting $1 million a year. But that money, of course, would go to the fire departments. And then finally, on the property tax side, we know that there are properties, as the CEO just mentioned earlier, that we're discovering the tax rolls have not been updated on people who sold their property, simple things like that where the property's transacted and the properties, when they don't get their updated tax rate within 4 years, the county legally can't collect the 5th or 6th or 7th year back. So we know properties are getting billed 5, 6, 7 years after their due date. And so that's money we will forever lose. And by the way, 55% of that money goes to the schools. So the schools are the single biggest loser when the county can't do that. And then on the discovery, Supervisor Williams brought forward a presentation a few months ago that the board embraced, which said, look, at this sampling on, I believe it was Flynn Creek Road, there was a high percentage of the properties that are not on the tax roll, buildings that are not on the tax rolls. Supervisor Pinchas 10 years ago brought forward the same concept in maybe more conversation, but from some anecdotes in his part of the county. And just to extrapolate that out, if we were to assume that there are, just taking raw numbers, if there were 5,000 parcels in the county with a second building on the property that's not on the tax rolls, and if that second building has an assessed value, and let's pick a small number, $200,000, that's $100 million in valuation. That's, or $1 billion, I think. Anyway, it comes out to like $10 million in the 1% taxes that are not being collected. Of that, the county would get about, $3.5 million a year. So that's what I'm saying. We add all those things together. I think we're looking at $4.5, $5 million a year in county revenues just from those two funding sources that I think should be part of our long range budget goals is creating milestones in the executive office, working with the assessor clerk recorder's office. We took an important step today when we brought the salaries up for the assessors, the appraisers in that office, so that their salaries are now only a little bit less than the building inspectors instead of 30% less than the planners. So we might not see so much turnover in that position. We might see some people come to work for the county now in that position. But we need to create milestones for doing that work with that department so that we can track it and start bringing this revenue in. So that's where I come up with at least $5.5 million in revenue that I think is out there that's not being collected.
CEO, Mr. Chair, do you mind?
Go ahead.
CEO, I'm just wondering, is that something that can be incorporated in this future timeline so the board can have an accurate picture? Is this, if we're unable to hire staff, which I think we've proven that we have been unable to hire staff, is this something that can be contracted out that we can move forward?
CEO Antle, certainly those are things we can look into doing and incorporating into the timeline. We would need to work with auditor, controller, treasurer, tax collector, as well as the assessor to make some of those assumptions. But again, those are things we can do to build out and we'll want to do as we move forward with a 3 to 5 year budget plan. We're going to have to be closer in those projections than we have been. So, yeah.
So CEO, is it somewhere that if we began the process now, if we were to fund assessing, discovering properties and appraising and assessing, that it might be 5 to 8 years before we would see significant revenue?
I would look to Ms. Cubison for that answer, but I don't know that it would be 5 to 8 years. Hopefully that would be shorter, 3 to 5, assuming we could get started ASAP.
Auditor, controller, or tax collector?
Auditor, controller, treasurer, tax collector, Shanice Cubison. So the position that I've requested for the treasurer tax collector's office that hopefully is going to go to civil service, I think tomorrow or the next day and come forward at the next board meeting. A good portion, I would say probably 30 to 40% of those duties were intended to be involved with the TOT collection. And analyzing the software, which we have not contracted with yet because we haven't really had the staff to utilize that software. So it has been in the intended future contract to determine which, there's a few different enterprises now that do that actual data scrubbing from the internet and all of the reservations. And so we will be determining, which vendor that is and trying to staff up to do that validation process in order to ensure that we're collecting as much as we can in the TOT. And so that it is the intended use of that additional position, which is partially replacing some of the duties that the former treasurer tax collector was doing in relation to Treasury, as well as trying to staff up some additional staffing for the TOT collection. It's been only since 2020, since we have conducted audits. We were doing them into 2020. So it hasn't been 5 years yet, so to speak, on those audits for the TOT. But yes, we did back off a little bit with the retirement of one of our senior auditors in the auditor's office, but also with COVID. So I do think there possibly could be revenue. I know the impression I had from former assistant treasurer tax collector Julie Forrester was that we actually had gotten quite, pretty good compliance when we had the software in the past, and that there wasn't a whole lot of room for additional lodging establishments. But I'm sure there is now, since we hadn't been as aggressive, and there's probably more and more, Airbnb and other entities that we would need to get on the rolls. And then I can't speak exactly how long it would take on the property tax side, because that's really something that has to start in the assessor's office. So they have to be able to staff up to be able to get those on the roll. The current secured functionality is working in the property tax system, So, that's not really an obstacle. It's, I believe, more identifying the properties and the determination of adding them to the roll, regardless of their status in permitting, as well as just having enough appraisers on staff to start that process. So I would guess it probably is a 2 to 5 year process to really get good revenue from a project like that. So you would have to actually, talk to Assessor Clerk Recorder Katrina Bartlemay about that.
Thank you. CEO Antle, is this a project your team could project manage? I know a lot of it lives under the elected offices, but could you bring back to the board a proposed schedule and resource allocation, necessary seed funding to begin the project, working with the elected offices to come up with a holistic plan? I think what's hard for the board is to say we're going to set aside, right now we have nothing, maybe we have negative dollars, but hypothetically set aside $500,000 to begin the project. It's nebulous. It's such an open-ended, we don't know, will it be 5 million in the end to begin collecting the 5 million a year, or is it a $500,000 project? Do we use contract staff? If we can't hire enough staff, enough appraisers to catch up, maybe we want to contract it out. What does that cost look like? How do we get that holistic plan brought back to the board for review?
CEO Antle, just to clarify, you're talking about the audit for TOT and then taking a look at the property tax system role. I believe those are things that the fiscal team can do in connection with the elected officials that have been mentioned. The timeline on that, I would hope it would be 30 days, but it may be up to 60. So I would expect sometime in February, if not sooner.
That sounds great. For clarification, the timeline I'm looking for is a project plan. Maybe this is an effort that we project will take 4 years. How much do we get done every month? How many properties do we identify? How many do we appraise? How do we make sure that we have enough resources in every category so we're not stalling that pipeline? And can we project when we may begin to see some revenue so that we can get a sense of whether it'll be self-funding eventually?
I understand, yes.
Okay. Are there more slides, or are we at the end of the presentation?
Well, no, we would like to have the discussion about fiscal year 22-23 that we're in right now, the immediate needs. So we have a couple more slides that we need to go through, so thank you.
So, Acting Deputy CEO Sarah Pierce. So on this slide, we're showing the current funding needs. This was presented last week as well. So as of right now, the known funding needs are about 6.1 million that we need now and through the end of June. So I will go on to the next slide, which will show the fiscal year 22-23 current funding considerations. So we've listed out the different considerations, but I would actually like to jump to the attachment A, which breaks out the funding needs and considerations into different categories, ongoing and one time, so that we can walk through them one by one. Just give me one moment. Can I share now? Okay, can everyone see the screen then? Okay, so on this attachment A, we have two different categories, the ongoing funding needs and then the one-time funding needs down below. So we'll start with the ongoing funding needs and considerations. So currently there's about 1.9 million in needs that relate to the 2% COLA for the general fund, the health plan premium increase for 6 months, and then the removal of the wage grades for those under 1742. So what we have come up with is during Q1, there was funding that was obligated, or during budget 22-23 hearings, there was funding that was obligated to an unknown project at jail inadvertently, but this was returned during Q1 to the non-departmental revenue. So there's about 158,000 there that can be applied. There's a consideration to fund the 2% COLA pension portion from the retirement contribution designated reserve for 250,000. Consideration to fund more of the retirement contributions for general fund budget units from the designated reserve for about 952,000. And then the county received some opioid settlement funds in November of 2022. So the suggestion is to apply that 63,000 to the ongoing funding needs, as that will be an ongoing funding stream each year for the foreseeable future. And then the fiscal team has an estimation of ongoing carry forward from the fiscal year 21-22 year end of about 500,000. This is an estimation, as the books have not officially been closed, but this is kind of what we were estimating. So we'll pause here for comments and considerations.
County Council. Withdrawn, looks like Supervisor Dirty.
Yeah, just question, starting at the top. So to reiterate that the 2% COLA, the cost to the general fund for the 2% COLA for the 6 months of this fiscal year, that's essentially $1 million.
Correct.
Okay. And then the cost for the healthcare premium holiday, because I'm still calling it that because, the employees are not going to be paying 25% of the cost of the plan for yet another 6 months. That's another $685,000, and that's just general fund employees. So that's not taking into account, I believe last time we looked at it, something like 39% of the healthcare costs are by non-general funded employees.
So this is correct. The 685,000 is for the general fund departments only for 6 months, and that's the employee and employer portion.
Okay, and then I guess similar question. I guess I was under the impression there are very few county employees who are paid less than $17.42. So you're saying there are enough county employees paid less than $17.42 who are general fund positions that the cost for 6 months is $260,000 to the general fund?
This, I think I would have to refer to CEO Antle or Deputy CEO Sherry Johnson.
CEO Antle, that's correct. The estimation is the 1742. So folks, there's a number of folks that were underneath 1742, and then there were some very close, and then there were some just above 1742 that need to be moved up within their classification to keep that separation in between.
Supervisor Mulhern.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation and the summary on this particular portion. I do have some concerns about using the opioid settlement funds to fill gaps, as I believe they are intended and should be intended for specific use for dealing with the opioid epidemic. And I certainly, would assume that you can describe that there's, some amount of behavioral health or substance use employees that are being funded with that very small portion. My concern is just about setting an ongoing precedent that it would be rolled into dealing with counties' fiscal needs and not specifically used for ongoing opioid settlement epidemic issues.
CEO Antle, Chair Williams, if I may, I'm not seeing County Council on, but I hope Christian is on. Okay, thank you.
He is on and he has his hand up.
Yeah, there's two pots of funding from the opioid settlement, and one is very restrictive. So thank you, Christian.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to be clear, CEO Antle has it correct. There are two pots of money. The larger pot of money is specific to abatement of opioid or the opioid epidemic, and there's a specific list of eligible uses that meets that. This portion is specific to the county's share as a litigating entity, that is damages for past harms that were incurred as a result of the epidemic, and that includes a number of expenses the county suffered. One of the categories actually was the damages that the health plan incurred as a result of the overprescription and the unlawful practices related to the opioids.
If you are fine with that, we will move on to the next portion.
So Acting Deputy CEO Sarah Pierce. So the next portion is one-time funding needs and considerations. So the current funding needs, there's the deficit from the health plan from fiscal year 2021, which is a little over 3.6 million. An additional 368,000 is needed for the refunding of the certificates of participation, and then a 200,000 for some legal support. So a total of a little, almost 4.2 million. So some of the considerations are the first bucket of the Local Assistance Tribal Consistency Fund for 994,000. PG&E Disaster Settlement Fund set aside for drought and carbon reduction. For the PG&E disaster settlement funds, we pulled out the funds that have not yet been obligated to projects. There are other funds that have been obligated to projects but have not yet been contracted out, such as the $1 million for the JPA through Coastal Valleys. And then some of the other considerations are the CIP and equipment projects that have yet to be started but have been funded in previous fiscal years, such as the museum water damages, museum ADA entrance and restrooms, the jail painting and ceiling, IT conference room door, replacement of carpet and installing of a door at PBS, and then a vehicle for PBS, and then and a land improvement plotter that has not yet been purchased. So we will stop there for considerations.
Supervisor Mulhern.
Thank you. I had a question regarding the health plan deficit. What is the timeline for repayment of that? Is there a timeline? Is there an opportunity to stretch that expense out over several years? What are we looking at for payment options, I suppose?
CEO Antle, we have asked Auditor, Controller, Treasurer, Tax Collector Shamiz Cubison, as well as our outside Auditor Controller, and they have not been able to confirm if we needed to pay that back in a year or in 2 years or beyond. One thing we do know, I'm sorry, Chair Williams, one point else is that the health plan account is being charged interest by the Treasury.
Supervisor Jurdy.
Yeah, so on the healthcare plan deficit, how many times are we going to bail out this plan? We've gone from self-insured to private insurance, but the plan participants, the employees who are participating in it, 1,000 of our 1,200 employees, are not paying 25% of the cost of the plan. And therefore, we've incurred over a few years, about $8 million or more in unfunding of the plan. And, so we're going to keep drawing down. We've taken ARPA money. Now we're talking PG&E money, like general fund dollars, all to pay because, as I understand it, something like 50 to 100 county employees routinely, aggressively, frenetically use the healthcare plan and pay don't even pay 25% of the cost of the alleged cost of the plan. And the other, 1,100 county employees are not aggressively, frenetically using the healthcare plan, and yet everybody's suffering because of these users, these heavy users of the plan. So that's just one commentary, and the other is, I wonder, do we need to pay it off with yet more gifts from the general fund to the plan, or do we say, well, we'll loan some money to the healthcare plan? Future boards are not obligated to pay it back, but I think there's a reasonable strategy that could be deployed that says, that it will be paid off over time, and the money lent to the healthcare debt will be paid back. Ideally, would be paid back to these other general fund projects that are in need of funding. So I would treat it as a loan. And the other is, we don't have it on our list, but I talked to the executive office fiscal team yesterday, and I'd like to. Just verbally, we heard $1 million is unallocated. So, we also allocated $2.6 million with almost no discussion, with almost no backup materials for this elusive JPA with the county and the cities and an EMS service, because we have Anderson Valley that needs subsidy because it doesn't have the population. It has Ukiah Metro, which has more than enough revenue for the area, but the revenues are not being shared from the population area with Anderson Valley, with Laytonville and Covelo, areas that need some sort of government subsidy of some kind. And everybody knows that in concept, there's surplus revenue in Ukiah Valley that could be redistributed to Anderson Valley, Laytonville, and Covelo, and it doesn't require county general fund dollars. I'm the only one left on this board who remembers, I think at this point it was 9 years ago, this board made a temporary short-term payment to Anderson Valley, Laytonville, and Covelo for something that was going to be fixed 7-8 years ago and hasn't been fixed. And here, when we had the PG&E money, we just threw $2.6 million at coastal valleys, expecting them to solve it. Really, it's a political problem that needs to be solved. It's probably an ad hoc of 2 supervisors meeting with 2 city council members in Ukiah, meeting with the city manager, county CEO, and hammering out a deal, no consultants involved, and just negotiating a redistribution of those profits out of Ukiah Valley to Anderson Valley, just a little bit of the profits to Anderson Valley, Laytonville, and Covelo, end of the county general fund subsidy, no $2.6 million to coastal valleys. And it's not even on this list. And it's like, yet we're talking about redirecting the board's visionary investment of $2 million in its own buildings to make them more energy efficient. And we'd rather dip into that than this mythical kind of amorphous, poorly conceived concept of $2.6 million being thrown at coastal valleys. And I think that needs to be on this list if we're going to entertain a loan from the Carbon Reduction Fund, which is an investment of county dollars in county buildings, or the drought dollars. And then ultimately, when we get all 3 of them on the list, I would propose we make the loan proportionate from each one. So the 2.6 from coastal valleys, the $2 million for the carbon reduction, the whatever we had $2 million for drought. We make if you add those together, and we need to take 60% from all 3 of those funds, we'll take 60% from all 3 funds and treat it as a loan to the healthcare plan. And with the idea the healthcare plan can pay it back. And if you wonder, well, how could we pay back the healthcare? How could the healthcare plan pay it back? And here's how I think we could pay it back. One is we aggressively move with an employee engagement committee that looks at who are these heavy users of the healthcare plan? How are they heavily using the plan? And work with our healthcare plan provider, PRISM, to devise a plan that gives 99% of all county employees great healthcare, but doesn't deeply subsidize these heavy users, these marginal hypochondriacs, from blowing up the plan each year. And secondly, then we also offer employees, as we do that, we simultaneously offer the employees with their input a second cheaper plan, because we know that over half of our county employees of the 1,000 who are enrolled in the plan, over half are single employees who don't have a family on the plan. They're just a single employee, and they're paying a bigger share of their cost of the plan than the people who have families or a spouse on the plan. So we know that a good chunk of those people would choose a cheaper healthcare plan if it was offered to them. And then we take the savings that the county would get from them picking that cheaper plan, and conceptually we could say, we'll give that employee who picks the cheaper plan, we'll give you 75 cents of every dollar the county saves when you pick that cheaper plan. And then the 25 cents that we don't give that employee, we'll put it into repaying the loan to the healthcare plan. And over 5 or 10 years, we pay the money back. That's my proposal.
Supervisor McGordon.
I think that's a pretty creative approach and solution, and I also feel pretty strongly that the PG&E funds that we have really should be used for what we have set them aside for, because we still are in what looks like another year of drought. So having some flexibility to be able to address issues, such as having, a water resource specialist to help us with grant funding. We have amazing needs for infrastructure to help us get through this crisis that we're facing. And I also agree with Supervisor Jordy that our vision for carbon reduction for the county is something that is a real bright spot for the board. I'd hate to take that away.
Acting Assistant CEO Sarah Pierce.
So Acting Deputy CEO Sarah Pierce, I did want to make one clarification on the Coastal Valleys EMS. The remaining funds that have not been that are not currently under contract total $1,283,534, which is $1 million for the JPA assessment, $100,000 for EMT paramedic scholarships, and then $183,534 for training and education. The rest of the Coastal Valleys ask has been under contract and is currently being expensed out.
Can we just stop paying them?
That would be a question for, I think, County Council.
County Council.
My apologies. Could I get the question repeated?
Supervisor Jordy asked, could we simply stop paying Coastal Valleys?
Stop paying under existing agreements, or is there a question as to the set aside?
Can we terminate our agreement with having them work on this project? I think it's a colossal waste of dollars.
I think we'd have to look at, so most of our contracts do have termination clauses in that allow termination for convenience. We would need to review that one. We might be able to answer that relatively quickly. If you give me a few minutes, I'll have someone dig that one up.
So on that thread, would it be appropriate and timely to ask Coastal Valleys and maybe Director Emery to give the board a presentation in January of the current state of that JPA, what's been accomplished, what's been spent, what are the next steps, how viable is the intended outcome of providing greater ambulance service?
Mr. Chair, Director
Yes.
Emery has her hand raised, and I actually would really appreciate if you could bring her into the meeting. Maybe we can have this question answered now instead of waiting.
By all means. Clerk, can you bring in Director Emery? Director, could you give us a status update on the EMS JPA?
Good afternoon, Chair Williams, members of the board, CEO Antle, County Council Curtis. This is Becky Emery, and I am speaking today as I hear the questions on the JPA. I do want to share that we have had significant progress. We've been meeting with our community partners. As I've shared previously, the JPA that we're working to create will be able to bill for those gap funds between what current non-county entities or non-government entities are billing and what Medi-Cal will reimburse at that higher rate, which is about $400 per run under the Medi-Cal runs. So that's a significant opportunity for revenue that the JPA will be able to access. We have put out emails to all of the partners and have asked to collect data and information, and I believe we have received information from the majority of the partners, including MedStar, City of Ukiah, ELK, Long Valley Health, Long Valley, Laytonville's ambulance service. So we have a significant amount of data. We've been meeting regularly since this past summer once funds were allocated, and are continuing to move forward with these agreements. I'm happy to come back in January as requested with Coastal Valley's representative and share more about our progress and what we're projecting as we are moving forward with this project. It is an opportunity to, as I shared, create a revenue source that would be able to augment the EMS services throughout Mendocino County. And with that presentation, I'm also happy to share all of the other progress that's been made on the other funds that were allocated to the at the request of the EMS initially through the JPA or through Coastal Valleys, including our progress on CAD integration and the trainings and all of the different projects that we've submitted to you.
Supervisor Jurdy, does this answer your question, or do you need more?
I think we can get into this at a discussion in January, but I as I understand it from talking to the fire chief in Ukiah Valley, which is also the city of Ukiah, that much of the progress is made from his initiative in finding a sample agreement from some other area, and his observation was that this agreement doesn't need endless meetings to negotiate and doesn't need a bunch of money given to Coastal Valleys to accomplish. It's just a matter of people sitting down in the room and hammering out an agreement. So, I'm really leery of how much money we shovel away to Coastal Valleys for things that I think could be pretty easily negotiated.
Supervisor Haschak.
Well, it seems like if we need to get to the 4,184,000, the top one, Local Assistance Tribal Consistency Fund, we already agreed on last meeting. Seems like after the fourth one from the museum water damages repairs, we can probably agree on those. And so it comes down to how we're going to use the PG&E funds. And, originally we had the idea of setting aside $3 million for crisis situations. So we would have this fund in case we had a catastrophic fire or drought or anything like that. And so it's painful because, we do need to have money set aside for drought. We do need to have money set aside for the carbon reduction. And that's for the future of this county. And it was a real statement that I think we were all proud of. And if we can save money on the Coastal Valleys, it would be great. I pulled the item this morning from the consent calendar about the water agency and the $233,000 for this consultant. I don't think I have support to pull it, but I would like to make sure that money, if we do approve it, is only 1 year, because we need to build internal capacity. I think Howard DeShiel had some ideas about building internal capacity. When we hire these consultants, and this is one from Daly City, we aren't building real capacity. And so I would like to make sure that is just a one-time deal if it is approved. As far as, the health plan, I respect Supervisor Jurdy's comments, but when you start saying that, most of the costs are due to 100 people who are marginally hypochondriacs, as a cancer survivor, I really take offense at that. And I think that, we don't know these people's situations, and we don't know why they're going to the hospital. But when I was in the hospital, it wasn't because I was marginally hypochondriac, So I just, I'd like you to think about those comments, because people who are in medical need really don't need to be disrespected because they have high cost. And so anyway, I guess if we could reduce some of the PG&E money, and it's painful for each one, but I appreciate that proposal of like a 60% reduction, and that might get us to the 4,184,000 that we need to get to. Because other than that, without going into the PG&E money, I don't see how we're going to get there unless we have some novel approach, or unless we can defer the balancing of this budget till, the books are closed for this year. So I guess the question would be, is it possible to defer any of this, the balancing? I think Supervisor Mulherin came up with that question earlier.
Acting Deputy CEO Sarah Pierce. Yes, I believe that could be an option. We do have that listed, that to divert to mid-year or whenever the fiscal year 21-22 books have been closed, whichever is sooner. But I defer to CEO Antle for comments.
Certainly, you could defer the health plan. Again, it defers you having a final approved budget, but you could defer the health plan. But we certainly need the other funding to be able to go forward.
So for the other funding, you mean the 1.923?
The 1.923, and then the one-time funding for the COPs, and then the legal support as we need to be able to pay those.
CEO Antle, how do we pass a balanced budget if we don't know the close of the previous fiscal year? What if it's not a carry forward? What if it's negative?
Yeah. Thank you, CEO Antle. I would like to ask that question to County Council Curtis. He and I had a discussion about that. I'm not sure if he had the opportunity to formalize his decision, but there is concern about having a final budget that's in a deficit.
If I may respond, Mr. Chair.
Please.
There's sort of a few pieces of that. So first of all, in order to have the balanced budget, what the requirement in statute is that the funding sources match the expenditures. I think the issue here is that you have sort of an unknown over the carry forward, as you don't know whether it's a funding source or an expenditure. In looking at it, I don't think you would be out of compliance with state law if you are relying on estimates and projections that are coming from the chief executive officer as opposed to the auditor on the carry forward, given that this is an unknown at this time for the purposes of the Budget Act. It does, the budget inherently contains a certain amount of estimates and projections. So the fact, as long as you've got a good faith estimate based on the information that's actually available to you at the time, I believe that as long as you're not essentially deficit spending, that you have passed a balanced budget within the meaning of that statute. That being said, you might have to make adjustments based on the information that comes in going forward. And I also don't know, while there are maybe unknowns in that budget, I think that the fundamental test is really going to be whether or not, based on the information, the projections you have, whether or not the expenditures are matching the funding sources.
And how did we derive the current estimate?
CEO Antle, are you asking how we derived at the estimate of the 500,000 carry forward?
Correct. Yeah.
Sarah?
If the books aren't closed, I imagine it's because not everything is entered. And if not everything is entered, how do we estimate 500,000?
Acting Deputy CEO Sarah Pierce. We took a look at the 1000 series, the salary and wages, which should have a majority of the expenses posted. And we have done an estimate of about 500,000 would be coming forward as savings for that, but it could easily be offset by overspending in the 2000. But we believe that this is an estimate for the 1000 series.
But there could be overspending in the 2000. We have no way to know that.
Correct. We have no way to know the full impact until the auditor, controller, treasurer, tax collector brings forward the year-end close.
So I would argue we don't have I appreciate, Sarah, I appreciate your effort to try to get us a number, but I would argue that we're not working with a real estimate. It's not based on the full picture. It's more of a guess than an estimate. So I don't feel comfortable calling it a balanced budget. Supervisor McGordy.
I just want to return a little bit to the healthcare issue, and I kind of agree with Supervisor Haschak to show a little sensitivity. Not everyone's a hypochondriac. This is kind of the inherent problem of being self-insured. All it takes is two really sick people, and they can run up a bill of a couple million each very, very easily. And I'm so glad that we've moved away from our self-insurance. So that's been, if our board did anything good this year, that was it.
We did more things.
So that is the first issue, and I'm also intrigued about the idea of taking a look at a high deductible option plan where it's a little bit cheaper, and offering it to our employees and seeing if that's a way of bringing our healthcare costs down a little bit more, because Supervisor Jurdy is right. There's a lot of people who don't need all the bells and whistles that they probably could have, like essentially catastrophic health insurance, which would lower the cost quite a bit, and they probably would be happier with the expense. So, and then have it so that if we did take some of the PG&E settlement money to balance out our budget, that it is considered a loan, that we would try to be paying it back from future savings on health insurance. I think that's a reasonable strategy to entertain.
Supervisor Mulhern.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think that as part of the new contract for health insurance that we just approved, we have a timeline that we need to follow before we can make adjustments to that plan. But it sounds like that might be an opportunity to be added to our timeline to talk about savings. So if that's potentially, I guess, maybe about 18 months out at this point, we could start getting that on track to have those conversations with our union designees and come up with a strategy so that we can put that into the timeline. I would like to suggest at this point that as far as the ongoing funding needs and considerations, we follow the current suggested plan created by the Executive Office fiscal team, and also include the payment of the refunding certificate for participation, the additional payment for the bonds and the legal support, and pay those out of the LATCF funds. I understand that there's, we might be about 400,000 off, depending on whatever happens with the 500,000 that is being estimated for the fiscal year end close. But I think that would get us at least towards ending this year with a little bit more security, and then we can look at the timeline for repaying the health plan deficit and balance that against using the PG&E funds, and give us a little bit more time to have that conversation. So that's my suggestion. I also would agree with Supervisor Haschak about the deferral of the CIP projects and the there's two other things there at the bottom, I believe. Thank you very much. And the equipment and deferring those. My one concern, of course, is about the ADA entry and restrooms, and potentially trying to figure out how to make sure those come before the other projects that maybe are a little bit more cosmetic.
Supervisor Haschak.
Well, I'm just trying to add up those numbers that we're looking at now. So so let me go. Supervisor Mulhern, you were suggesting that we don't consider the 500,000 from the carry forward at this point.
I was saying that we do consider it, but that because my goal is to get those two pieces for the one-time funding, the certificate of participation and the legal support, that those get paid out of the LATCF funds, and that we use the balance of that to figure out if we don't have carry forward to come up with the other portion of the 1.923. That's the current needs. And then if we do need additional funds, to go ahead and take a look at those CIP funds before we start getting into the PG&E conversation about a loan for the health plan deficit, which I think can come in a conversation next year.
Right, so it would include everything except the PG&E funds, really. And yeah, that seems reasonable. I guess another issue that is still out there on the table, and I know Supervisor McGorty had a meeting, was the funding for the Mendocino County Resource Conservation District and the $45,000 per year. And so I would think that to fulfill our agreement from June, I think that we should find money for that too.
Yeah, if we go back and take a look at what we agreed to at the time, we said that we would fund them and that we'd look at maybe using some other funding to give them 2 years of funding like we did with the Fire Safe Council, so that they wouldn't have to worry about their base funding for 2 years. And I'm guessing that the money was, the way things are looking, it probably would have to come out of the PG&E funds, because I don't know where else it would come from, because our budget seems to be so meager.
Well, I would, I originally proposed that we take it out of that drought line item because, a lot of their work is drought related. And
it is, and carbon reduction too. So, either way, that's probably our only source of funds. So that also, we don't want to lose that in this conversation.
So I guess that I would propose that, I would accept Supervisor Mulheron's ideas along with funding the MCRCD for $90,000 from the drought line item for 2 years. That would be $45,000 per year.
I'll second the motion. I guess we need public comment.
Yeah. Supervisor Mulhern.
Thank you. I just had a question about the 90,000. So one of the concerns that the MCRCD brought forward is that they don't have a current funding source for their grant match. And so I realize the intent and support the intent to fund them for 2 years, but I wonder what the board's consideration for future years and what their expectations should be if we move forward with that.
Well, I think the $45,000 was for their baseline funding so that they can write the grants. And we talk about return on investment, and certainly they've been shown to be excellent in that regard.
So my question is, do you want $45,000 for MCRCD included in future budgets? So 2 years from now, 24, 25, or is it the expectation that this board is building that 45,000 is going to be built into our budget?
Well, I think it would be a good thing, but at the moment, I'm just dealing with the budget we have right now. So, and 2 years of funding would be better than what we have going on.
Supervisor McGorty.
Yeah, I agree to that. The other point I think I would make about this is that I went with Deputy CEO Tim Hallman. We kind of looked at the way they were doing business and realized that in their grants they weren't always including overhead as part of what they wanted to be reimbursed for. So they also need to step it up a little bit professionally so that they're able to generate more income on their own. And that's one of the things that we could make as a condition, is that they don't write any grants unless they also have overhead. A lot of times they cannot be reimbursed on all their grants for grant writing fees. Some of them would allow it, some won't. But it's something that professionally they need to step up a little bit more to take care of themselves, because, again, they do leverage their money well. But I think that they're at a point in a world where they have to be sure that they're writing grants well, and then I think we could make that as a condition that they don't submit any grants unless they're actually covering overhead in the grants they want to do, because otherwise it's costing them to take a grant.
CEO Antle, does this proposal work for you?
Yes, I'm trying to follow the spreadsheet and the comments the best we can. So I think we have it calculated correctly now, and it looks like there may be, go ahead.
This is Acting Deputy CEO Sarah Pierce. So is the suggestion or the recommendation to re-obligate the CIP and equipment first over the local assistance tribal consistency fund, or are we funding the one time from that first?
My recommendation was to fund the one time from the LATCF first, and then have to possibly remove any CIP, but using the essentially losing the cosmetic CIP first, but not the ADA in the restrooms. So if we can afford the ADA in the restrooms, then I think that should be a priority over the carpet, essentially.
Acting Deputy CEO Sarah Pierce, understood. So right now, if we were to fund the refunding certificate of participation and the legal support from the local tribal consistency fund, and then the $90,000 for the resource conservation district from the drought settlement, we would be balanced without, as of right now, and then deferring the health plan until mid-year.
That sounds right.
Supervisor McGordy.
And what about the funding for the Mendocino water resource person? Is that already taken into consideration?
Acting Deputy CEO Sarah Pierce, yes, it was already taken into consideration from this drought. It was not included in this.
Thank you.
Does the board wish to combine item 3R?
That would be fine with me.
Yes.
Okay.
It's fine with me too. I think I second the motion.
Any more discussion? Public comment. Public comment online, Michael Katz.
Yes, good afternoon, supervisors. Michael Katz, Executive Director for the Mendocino Cannabis Alliance. I appreciate Chair Williams raising the issue of the outstanding cannabis taxes in the way that he did, because it illustrates perfectly the kind of challenging and inhospitable environment facing our already overburdened small cannabis farms and independent businesses here in Mendocino County. During the conversation, I had an overwhelming sense of deja vu, and it was because on November 1st, Chair Williams said, and I quote, "I don't think the board has the power to change the cannabis tax structure. It was a vote by the people. It would have to be a vote by the people again." On November 8th, and not for the first time, MCA reminded the chair and the board of the language of the tax code that was voted in, which is amendment or repeal. The Board of Supervisors of the county is authorized to repeal this chapter without a vote of the people to the extent allowed by law. You can further authorize to amend this in any manner that does not increase the tax rate. So you clearly have the ability to do this. It is disappointing to see the lack of understanding or awareness of this law back in November, but is far beyond disappointing now for the same issue to be raised. The deprioritization program for delinquent taxes, as Director Nevedal's comments indicated, is a death sentence for potentially 2/3 of our licensed operators. And the board has all the tools it needs to act. The board directed the deprioritization, and it can also direct the program to cease. What was not mentioned during the earlier tax conversation, as has been reported in this chamber, is that the cannabis operators in this county have contributed $8 million more than projected in tax revenues since the launch of the program. So there really has been no net loss, which I hope the GGC will consider in its efforts to expedite cannabis tax reform as they address Veg Mod. You've all been made aware of the various financial, market, and regulatory crises facing these licensed operators. This is a time when our community needs to come together to protect this valuable cultural and economic resource through this downturn. You may be familiar with the phrase, "you can't squeeze blood from a stone." This board just had a robust conversation that's where you're concerned about increasing revenue, taxes on revenue for restaurants, when you're currently collecting thousands and thousands of dollars from operators, regardless of sales, regardless of crop loss, just based on the size of their permit in a devastated environment. Do you see the disparity there? This is not a state law. This is a county law, and it has a county solution. Humboldt, Trinity, Lake, San Francisco, all of these other jurisdictions have either eliminated or significantly reduced their cannabis taxes, and Mendocino County must follow suit. Forgive as many penalties as possible, create the most flexible payment plans possible that allow people to get on a payment program, to pay towards penalties and principal so they can keep their licenses, and stop the devastation being wrought on the licensed cannabis community, overworked county staff, and economically suffering Mendocino County residents by directing an immediate end to the deprioritization program, and let's get those applications under review. Thank you.
So I'm going to respond to that, Michael Katz. When I said that I didn't believe the board could change the tax structure, I didn't mean that we couldn't end the taxation. The board has the ability. It was in response to a demand to tax based on a different metric. And I don't think the board has that ability. I think that would need to go back to the people.
Well, that's not what's needed at the moment.
This is a tax I don't even support. I didn't support it from day one. I don't think local government services should be based on a ridiculous cannabis tax.
Great, then why is it still there?
The problem I have, well, I brought it to the board, and my colleagues didn't support cutting it in half. And I'm not going to bring it again because it was asked and answered. I was in the minority position on that one. But it was passed by the people. And although there may be a decline in the market now from, I don't know, thousands of dollars per pound to maybe 100 per pound, most of this tax was from 3 years ago, 4 years ago. At that stage, the market hadn't fallen apart. It was still a high value commodity. And what got me is looking at the records. A lot of the cultivators in our legal market didn't even file returns, grew 10,000 square feet and claimed 0 sales. And out of general fairness, I mean, if you're going to excuse that, those tax payments, what about somebody who doesn't want to pay their property tax? Their business isn't doing well. Should we excuse that as well? Where do you draw the line? I think general fairness, the people pass this tax. It's the county's job to collect it. Going forward, I would support reducing it or eliminating it, but it's got to come from my colleagues, not me, because I've already asked. Peter McNamee.
Thank you. I hate these conversations. And I particularly feel bad for your board being forced to have these conversations. And but I do want to speak to the issue of the PG&E disaster settlement funds set aside for carbon reduction. First, I want to echo what Supervisor Jurdy said. This is an investment in improving the operation of the County of Mendocino government structure. It's not, a frivolous expenditure for some crazy idea. All of the suggestions that have come forward from the enactment of the net zero carbon reduction resolution that your board passed have shown almost overwhelmingly net savings over time from being implemented. Because what we're really talking about here is cutting carbon reduction for the most part by reducing energy use and conservation. And so taking funds from this particular source and diverting them to pay off a debt that was racked up in 2021 is particularly appalling. And I just want to remind the board that when you approved this resolution, it wasn't conditional on some unknown debt coming forward in the future that you would have to claw back the money and use it for some other purpose. You allocated the money because on its merits, it made sense. And it was an obligation that you intended to fulfill. We had a discussion earlier today about the frustration that your board members feel about making directives and then not seeing follow through on those. And I voiced at that point that it's very frustrating for the citizenry of Mendocino County to see decision made, commitments made to them and to the county, and later on them being clawed back because of some unforeseen circumstances cropping up. I think one of the things that I have to say is, why hasn't this money already been encumbered and spent? Because if it had, you'd already be farther down the road. But unless you actually act upon this and encumber and expense these funds as you committed yourself to doing, then there'll always be some crisis that comes along where you're going to point at this fund and say, well, geez, we don't like it, but maybe we have to claw that money back. Meanwhile, those of us in the public who want to see the board move forward on this are going to feel like we can't rely on what you tell us. So I appreciate the difficulty here, and I thank you for your consideration. I hope this can be worked out amicably. Thank you.
Public comment in room.
We have one in the room.
Carrie Shattuck. I just appreciate all the work the board's doing to try and balance this budget, because it's not easy. I have been watching this for months, and, it's kind of excruciating seeing you, pull pennies and dollars from here and there. I would like to point out William's kind of ridiculous comment on no paper. I mean, how are you going to give receipts to people and different things? I understand you want to cut costs, but the more that we've gotten more technical, it seems like the more paper we're pumping out. Like every time I turn around, there's more and more and more paper. So, I thought that was kind of a silly comment, but thank you.
It's back to the board. There's a motion. Any discussion? Supervisor Haschak.
Well, I just want to be clear that we're not taking any of the money from the PG&E carbon reduction line item, right?
It's correct.
Okay.
Yeah, the PG&E money is staying, and you're deferring the healthcare plan deficit until mid-year, or when the auditor controller is able to close the books for 21-22.
Okay, I just want to be very clear on that. Thank you.
So can the motion be restated?
This is Atlas Pearson, Senior Deputy Clerk of the Board. It cannot. I was actually just about to ask for a clear restatement of the motion in its entirety.
Would the maker restate the motion and include the 3R approval?
Well, the motion is to accept the changes made to the budget here on this page, whichever page it is.
It's
about the
attachment A.
ongoing funding needs and considerations, and the one-time, yeah. And so I think that the BOS approved line is what we're dealing with.
And Supervisor Haschak, are you also approving item 3R from the consent calendar?
And yes, 3R from the consent calendar.
I'll second the motion to approve the attachment A as modified by the Board of Supervisors at today's meeting, along with 3R.
Roll call.
Supervisor Mulhern?
Yes.
Supervisor McGordy?
Yes.
Supervisor Haschak?
Yes.
Chair Williams?
Yes.
And Supervisor Jurdy?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Item 4J, Ledge Platform.
CEO Antle, just a quick update on that. It was presented to general government yesterday. We will again ask the department heads for any additional comments that they may have or items they would like included. And we look forward to getting you the 2023 Ledge Platform to you early next year. And also, I would encourage this board, if there's any one of you that would like to add something, please contact me independently.
Public comment? Not seeing any public comment. Moving on to item 4K, Supervisors Reports. Supervisor Haschak.
Well, I'd just like to wish everyone happy holidays. I really appreciate the work that the board's done and the staff for the county. I know it's been a hard year with negotiations and everything, but we made it through. We have agreements with most of the bargaining units, and I think that I just really, like this morning when we saw the people and we recognized the years of experience, just there's a lot of really good work going on in this county, and I just really want to thank all of you for your work, and happy holidays.
Supervisor Mulhern.
Thank you, and thank you, Supervisor Haschak. I agree with those sentiments. My report was submitted in writing, as it has been since, I think, February. I wanted to just comment on the process that this board just underwent with the executive office fiscal team and the auditor, treasurer, tax collector's office. And I want to say that cooler heads can prevail. And it seems as though this county and this governmental agency has had a sort of sky is falling mentality for some decades now. And I would really love to see the tone change to a problem-solving approach, and for more collaboration, more input from department heads, more input from our employees that may have cost savings ideas. I mean, over a paper tax, I would prefer a paperless contest where employees are rewarded for not using paper. I mean, I think that there are some approaches that we could take as a county that would ensure more consensus and team building. And I really just would love to see us stop being so very reactive and really being more inclusive and supportive of not only our team members and each other, but also of the community and the ideas that they may have as well.
Supervisor McGordy.
So yes, happy holidays to everybody going forward. And I also agree with what Supervisor Mulhern has just said about how it's really important to work together and not lose our cool. And most of the time we don't. But I think it's also, I want to recognize this board's really willing to finally figure out how we handle money as a county and get good at it. And make sure that we're 100% accountable, that anybody can know who is a citizen in the county, what our income is and what our expenses are, and that there's no guessing. And it's something that's gone on for quite a few years, and there's been problems that no one wanted to address. This board's different. I think that we're willing to do it, and there's going to be some moments where we'll feel some heat. But I feel good that we're willing to ask hard questions and sometimes put ourselves in hot spots. And then I just also want to comment, there's a lot of citizens that join us in trying to help govern with our various committees, and somebody who just joined up for the Westport Water District as a director is Carla Thomas, who I worked with 30 years ago at the University of California. She's a very gifted scientist working in epidemiology of plant diseases, and I know she'll be a good asset to us, and we depend heavily in our water community on individuals with knowledge, since we don't really have a water agency, and she'll be a good person to work with.
Happy holidays. Meeting adjourned.